The Senate will come to order. I ask everyone present to please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the absence of clergy, let us bow our heads in a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Reading of the Journal.
In Senate, Sunday, May 31st, 2026, the Senate met pursuant to adjournment. Journal of Saturday, May 30th, 2026 was read and approved. On motion, the Senate adjourned.
Without objection, the Journal stands approved as read. Presentation of petitions, messages from the Assembly, messages from the Governor, report of standing, the Secretary will read.
Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations Assembly Bill number 173A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6165A, third reading counter 323. Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 755B, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5056B, third reading counter 558. Senator Steck moves to discharge from the Committee on Investigation and Government Operations Assembly Bill number 9334A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8588A, third reading calendar 714. Senator Sepulveda moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 4603A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5037A, third reading calendar 847. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on the Committee on Veterans Assembly Bill number 3450A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3194A, third reading calendar 1159. Senator Prasad moves to discharge from the Committee on Women's Issues Assembly Bill number 10045, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8894, third reading calendar 1321. Senator Fernandez moves to discharge from the Committee on Elections Assembly Bill number 8388, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1809, third reading calendar 1348. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy and Telecommunications Assembly Bill number 1012A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5189, third reading calendar 1357. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance Assembly Bill number 6561B, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6551A, third reading calendar 1362. Senator Matera moves to discharge from the Committee on Investigations Assembly Bill number 7339A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 76058, third reading calendar 1368. Senator Weber moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor Assembly Bill number 10162, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9058, third reading calendar 1393. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor Assembly Bill number 10365, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9330, third reading calendar 1403.
So ordered. Messages from the Governor, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, communications and reports from state offices, motions and resolutions. The man of the hour, Senator Gianaris.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Let's begin with some motions. I wish to call up the following bills which were recalled from the Assembly and are now at the desk: Senate Bill 3852B and Senate Bill 1463A.
The amendments are received and the bills retain their place in the third reading calendar. Excuse me, 1 second. Senator Gianaris. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 102, Senate Print 3852B by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law. Calendar number 644, Senate Print 1463A by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
I move to reconsider the votes by which these bills were passed.
Call the roll on reconsideration.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell, Cousins, Zellner, ayes 58.
These bills are restored to their place in the third reading calendar.
I offer the following amendments.
The amendments are received.
Amendments to the following third reading calendar bills by Senator Martinez, calendar 181, Senator Baskin, calendar 362, Senator Webb, calendar 1094, Senator May, calendar 1401, Senator Skoufis, calendar 1408, and Senator Fahey, calendar 1228.
These amendments are received and these bills will retain their place in the third reading calendar. Senator Gianaris.
Please call on Senator Lanza for a motion.
Senator Lanza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to call up my bill, Senate Print number 5900, called from the Assembly, which is now at the desk.
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 872, Senate Print 5900 by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
I now move to reconsider the vote by which the bill was passed.
Call the roll on reconsideration.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell, Cousins, Zellner, ayes 58.
The bill is restored to its place in the third reading calendar.
I now offer the following amendments.
The amendments are received. Senator Gianaris.
Now, Mr. President, let's take up Privilege Resolution 2318 by Leader Stewart Cousins. Read it in its entirety.
Slowly.
Very slowly. And recognize first Senator Myrie to speak on the resolution.
There is a privileged resolution at the desk. The Secretary will read.
Resolution 2318 by Senator Stuart Cousins, celebrating Senator Michael Gianaris upon the occasion of his designation as the recipient of the President Tempore and Senate Majority Leader's Legislative Legacy Award.
Senator Myrie. Senator Lanza, in its entirety, you may wish to interject.
Whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to recognize those esteemed public servants whose careers have been marked by an aiding dedication to justice, fairness, and the betterment of their communities. Among them stands Senator Michael Gianaris, a public servant whose presence did more than fill a seat and who has left an indelible mark on the very character of this institution he helped lead. And whereas Senator Gianaris was born and raised in Astoria, Queens, the proud son of Greek immigrants whose values of hard work and civic responsibility shaped his life's calling. He graduated summa cum laude from Fordham University and earned his Juris Doctor from Harvard Law School, preparing him for a long and accomplished career in public service. And whereas before his election in public office, he built a distinguished record of public service through multiple roles across government, serving as an aide to Congressman Thomas Manton, as Queens Regional Representative to Governor Mario Cuomo, and as a counsel to the Speaker of the New York State Assembly. And whereas in 2000, he was elected to the New York State Assembly, becoming the first Greek American ever elected to public office from New York City, a milestone that reflects both his heritage and deep trust placed in him by the communities he has long served. In the Assembly, he championed consumer protection, environmental protection, government reform, and public safety. And whereas Senator Gianaris was elected to the New York State Senate in 2010 to represent the 12th Senate District, which includes the Queens neighborhoods of Long Island City, Sunnyside, Astoria, and parts of other neighborhoods in Western Queens. During his 16-year tenure, he became one of the most influential voices in the chamber, rising to Deputy Majority Leader upon the appointment by Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins and building an impressive legislative record defined by meaningful protections and bold reforms grounded in justice, fairness, and accountability. And whereas a leading champion for tenants and housing justice, he helped pass the 2019 rent reforms with the SHTPA, authored the Housing Our Neighbors with Dignity Act to convert distressed properties into supportive housing and help usher in good cause eviction protections. He worked to transform New York's criminal justice system by writing legislation to eliminate cash bail, creating an innocence commission, and advancing reforms to ban discriminatory citizens' arrests and protect habeas corpus rights. He spearheaded sweeping election reforms to strengthen access and participation in the electoral process, including expanding voter registration, enacting early voting and vote by mail, championing automatic voter registration, consolidating primaries, and advancing redistricting reforms to ensure fairer representation for all New Yorkers. And whereas Senator Gianaris authored and championed numerous other consequential laws, including fighting for and helping to advance LGBTQ+ rights, securing record funding for mass transit, pushing for increased accessibility through the free bus pilot program, authoring the New York HERO Act to protect workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, challenging polluting power plants, ensuring utility employees receive the prevailing wage, strengthening consumer protections through the nation's first airline passenger Bill of Rights, and advancing major animal welfare legislation like the Puppy Mill Pipeline Act. He also led the successful opposition to the proposed Amazon Headquarters 2 project in Long Island City. His career has been defined not only by legislative victories, but by fierce advocacy for working families, tenants, immigrants, consumers, and all those who rely on government to stand up for them. And whereas Senator Gianaris is widely regarded not only as one of the sharpest minds in New York State politics, but as a strategist whose instincts are the stuff of Capitol legend. He is known for his ability to read a room instantly, anticipate political shifts from before anyone else senses it, and navigate complex negotiations with precision and patience. It is a combination that has made him a trusted leader, a steady hand in moments of uncertainty, and a force whose presence can change the entire temperature of the chamber. And whereas he is known to be an exceptional floor leader and debater, his command of policy, quick wit, and ability to verbally spar when necessary, while still remaining deeply likable and poised, made him both a formidable opponent and a respected colleague. Members on both sides of the aisle admire his intelligence, integrity, meticulous preparation, humor, and his legendary talent for remembering exactly what someone said 3 years ago and deploying it gracefully, devastatingly, and usually to great comedic effect during debate. And whereas beyond his public achievements, Senator Gianaris is a devoted husband, father, son, and brother. His colleagues know him as someone who loves cats and his dog Fred, and for whom devotion to the New York Mets and enthusiasm for Star Wars are unmistakable parts of who he is, infusing even the most serious legislative moments with levity and humor. His humor has long served as a reminder that even in the most serious moments, public service can still make room for joy, imagination, and laughter. And whereas within these halls, he has not only been a colleague, but a mentor, guiding, shaping new talent, and elevating many of the great voices who have served in the New York State Legislature. And whereas, after more than a quarter century of public service, Senator Gianaris has chosen to end his storied tenure in Albany, to return to his home, to his beloved Queens, and embrace his most cherished role as devoted husband, father, and son. As he retires from the New York State Senate, he leaves behind a legacy of courage, conviction, transformative leadership, and a lifelong commitment to lifting up those in need, a legacy that will continue to shape New York for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this legislative body pauses its deliberations to honor Senator Michael N. Gianaris upon the occasion of his designation as the recipient of the President Pro Tempore and Senate Majority Leader's Legislative Legacy Award, and to express its deepest gratitude for his decades of service, his legislative achievements, and his unwavering dedication to the people of Queens and the state of New York. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution suitably engrossed be transmitted to Senator Michael N. Gianaris with the highest esteem and appreciation of this legislative body. May the force be with you.
Senator Myrie on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, let me congratulate Senator Gianaris on the receiving the Legacy Award. This is going to be an emotional day, I imagine, for many of us. For the class of 2018, it carries special emotion because the state Senate that we have known, that we have experienced, has only been on this side, in the majority, where we have been able to fight for so many vulnerable New Yorkers. And if you're a vulnerable New Yorker in this state, you need to know who Senator Gianaris is, because your life has been made better by his fight and by his leadership and by his feistiness, a dogged advocate for so many people that will never know who he is. But we know who he is. So I don't want to go through all of the accomplishments. You heard some of that in the resolution. I just want to take this time to publicly say thank you. Thank you for being the leader who you are. Thank you for believing in young leadership, in investing in us when we didn't know what the hell we were doing. You took us under your wing. You showed us the way, and you gave us the tools to be successful. So I really want to say thank you and how deeply you will be missed. And I also want to say that out of all of the accomplishments on this floor that you have achieved, the accomplishments outside of this building that we cannot speak about on this floor, the greatest accomplishment you've ever achieved is sitting in this corner over here. You became a different man when you got married. A little softer, a little kinder, more compassionate. And then you became even better when you had Zoe. This is what it's about. Family. That's where you have been the real leader. And you have shown us, especially to those of us trying to do the same thing, that you can do both and that you can choose the right thing when it's time. Thank you for choosing them. Thank you for being an example. We love you, we will miss you, and congratulations on a legendary career here in the Capitol. I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Stavitsky on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Myrie just said pretty much what I was going to say. To Senator Stewart Cousins, thank you for what you have done in really introducing the conference to Senator Gianaris. And this is, to me, a remarkable team. a remarkable team. But Senator Gianaris's legacy has been outlined, particularly in the resolution, but also by Senator Myrie, and his impact is not the elections, it's what resulted from the elections. The legislation, the landmark legislation in every area for the marginalized, for the people who feel ignored and unrepresented, we have Senator Gianaris to thank. And yes, Zoe, when you grow up and you listen to this tape, you will realize the effect that your daddy has had on everybody. I've known Senator Gianaris really since his days when he was a staffer. And he has just demonstrated remarkable leadership in all the right things. So to you and to your family, we thank you for what you've done and for what the future will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Borrello on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I promise not to curse. First of all, I want to say my first year here, really, I came in a special election at the end of 2019, and my first session was 2020. I was literally the only member of my freshman class, the only legislative contest actually in 2019 because of the special election. So I was one of one, and then boom, the pandemic hit. We had this chamber empty except for a few necessary folks. And one day I came in and I saw Senator Gianaris in his mask, and it had the Starbird on it, which is the symbol of the Rebel Alliance from Star Wars. And I looked at him and I said, so are you a Star Wars fan or just a rebel? And his response was, I'm both. And it had started a connection because I too am a big Star Wars fan. And for a long time, we were very much like the Jedi. We were behind the scenes. We were, quietly talking about our fandom. And then a few more joined us, like Senator Rivera and Senator Steck. And even Leader Ort is a Star Wars fan. So our numbers began to grow. And then it culminated last year when we celebrated Star Wars Day, where we just shook off the hiding and said, we are unabashed, unapologetic Star Wars fans here in this chamber, and actually in a bipartisan way. And it was an amazing experience, from having a lightsaber duel on the Senate floor to having stormtroopers here. But alas, it is not all good things, because Senator Gianaris is a Marvel fan and I am a DC fan, since he is wrong and I am right. However, it was a pleasure, because even though we sparred on this floor many, many times over the last 6 years, we were able to connect on something that that I think we all know and love, and it shows once again that Star Wars can transcend even divisive politics. So thank you very much for what you've done here, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Senator, and I'm pleased that you did not curse, because both of Senator Gianaris' daughters, Orla and Zoe, are here. So we want to make sure they're not hearing, things that they should not hear. So thank you. Senator Mayer on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President, and it really is both an honor and somewhat sad for us to have to speak about our friend Mike Gianaris, and thank you, Leader, for giving him this honor. I would say for me personally, I would not be here except for Senator Gianaris, who, when I decided to run from the Assembly for a special election that was quite instrumental in what the future of the Senate would look like, Senator Gianaris took me under his wing, and together we were able to prevail and then ultimately become a Democratic majority. And it was this combination of substance, policy substance, as we've instructed about today, the issues that really mattered to the people that we represent, regardless of where they live, coupled with a tremendous knowledge of the process. And that's one other thing I want to talk about. I've been here in many different iterations and seen many floor leaders over my time. This is a very hard job to do well. It is a hard job to keep all the members of your own conference in line. Forget the other side, that's hard too. And Mike Gianaris has done this in an exemplary way, not only to be able to navigate so well with the minority conference and so collegially most of the time. Occasionally he gets his zingers in with a long memory. We appreciate that. But also to, again, be focused on what's important, to try to stay away from the small, the personal, and focus on what our charge is here to do, which is to do the people's business, to disagree, and then to vote. And so I'm just incredibly grateful for his leadership in this chamber and on the issues that matter to all of the people in New York State. We have been incredibly blessed to have had him as our deputy, and not only that, as our guiding star. We will miss him, we will call him, we will bother him, and thank you, Mike, for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Griffo on the resolution.
Madam President, I believe there's an amendment at the desk.
The amendments are received.
You know, we talked a lot about music in the chamber today, Senator Gianaris, and in the past. And I'm thinking of something on this side after 16 years of you being here. And I'm thinking of, for all of us here, I'm thinking of Mariah Carey and Boyz II Men. How sweet it is. We say goodbye today. Having had, see, they don't all, I thought we'd do a little bit of a roast, right? So, but, by the way, the award that's being delivered, the Legacy Award, is that going to be delivered with someone in orange and black uniform, bringing it into the chamber? Yes. Yes, Amazon. All right. All right. Look, as a former floor leader, having had the opportunity also to work with Senator Gianaris as we did this, I can tell you how difficult it can be, and Senator Lanza knows that now too. Being a leader on the floor is arduous, it's challenging, it's demanding, and I know that each and every day you have undertaken that task, as well as Senator Lanza and I attempted to do what we can to keep this chamber moving, because it is about the institution. Despite political and philosophic differences, we know there's a great respect for the Senate and this great place that we have the opportunity to work in right now. And I appreciate that work. It always did give me great pleasure, though, Senator Gianaris, as a Yankee fan, when I was at the podium, to be able to rule your point of order non-germane and out of order, for a Met fan. But we had a lot of experience over time here, and I think one of the greatest things here is not only the pride that you took in your ancestry. We talked about the Olive Caucus, many people of the Mediterranean ancestry here, pride in your work and in your service, your public service, but most importantly, the devotion to the family. Hearing you talk about your family, your wife, your daughters, particularly when Zoe was born, it did have a transformational effect, and hopefully that will work as you continue to put that energy into your family moving forward. So wish you the best of luck and happy years with the family.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bailey on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. There used to be a show on, I think it was on CBS, but I've only caught it in reruns. It's called The King of Queens. The alleged King of Queens was a guy named Kevin James, and Jerry Stiller was on it, was the real star of the show, but the real King of Queens is Mike Gianaris. You don't get to be somewhere for 25 years and not just a compiler, not just somebody who sat in a seat just to sit in a seat. This was somebody who used the Force. Now, I know nothing about Star Wars. I know two phrases. I know the Force, and the Force is about strength and utilizing strength in certain ways. It's about utilizing the hammer or the thread and needle. Mike Gianaris knows how to do both. When it's time for the hammer, you guys know about the hammer. The hammer comes out. The hammer came out when it came time to take this majority. But the thread and the needle comes out when it comes down for legislative statutory construction, making sure that we have the tools to build this place. You see, we need a foundation. And Mike, you've been able to do that. You've been able to thread that needle artfully. We would not have achieved criminal justice reform without you. We did a lot of great things. And as the chair of the Codes Committee, I got a lot of the credit and the blame, but if not for you in those rooms, that we stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning, your voice and your measured approach, when I was not so measured, when many of us were not so measured, and it was something to the effect of, we want to win this one, we want to keep winning. And that's what it was about. So I remember, I don't know if Mike remembers, but I remember him from when I was an intern. I was in this building from 22 years ago. I was an intern for Speaker Hasty, and that's when Mike was in the assembly. And I just like, you know, you read people's bios and stuff like that, you know what you know, like, man, this guy went to Harvard and he's here? Why is a Harvard law graduate who could probably do anything he wants here? Well, it's to create lasting legacy. It's to create lasting policy. It's to create things that are greater than you can imagine. So I as a student of government, I followed it, and I decided to embark on this mission myself. And I remember I got a call from Mike. He said, meet me somewhere in Queens. I don't know where it was at. Somewhere where I hadn't been. I'm a Met fan, too, so all I know about Queens is like CUNY Law School and Citi Field or Shea Stadium. Those are the only places I know. But we sat down and we talked, and he had a clear vision about how we would get on this side. We went to a Met playoff game, and I'm like, man, this Senate thing might not be so bad. Then I sat over there, and that seemed to be in a galaxy far, far away. It seemed like we were far, far away from achieving what we spoke about at dinner, at lunch that day, about what we've been able to do. But with Mike Gianaris at the helm, we came out of, started from the bottom, now we're here, as the leader likes to say, we were below the bottom. It's just really good to see good people do good things. And for us to be able to do good things under Mike's leadership has been incredible. I imagine it's really weird for you to sit here listening to people give you credit. But let this be a testament in today's conversation and all conversations about people that we care about. Give them their flowers while they can smell them. Tell Mike how much he's impacted your life, impacted your career. Many of us wouldn't be in these seats if not for him. Tell him that on the floor. Tell him that next year. Tell him that 2 years from now. Make sure you tell people that you care about and that you love them. The Dad Caucus, when you joined the Dad Caucus, I was glad. That's the only thing I had on you, Mike. That's like you were Assembly first, Senate first, Deputy Leader, all of that. I was Dad, so I got to tell you about the Dad experience. And you always listened and asked for advice. And to me, as the most important thing that we'll ever do in our lives is be fathers. This is a great job. Being a dad, the joy when you showed us the pictures of Zoe, the joy that when you welcomed Orla and we created the Bluey Caucus and I talked to Orla about Bluey and how much my daughters loved it too. And the smile that went to your face that you can't fake. It's not a front of the cameras. It was a real like, man, I love this woman that I'm married to. And I love these women that are my daughters. And I love being here. And I love being here so much that I got to leave here. So it's because of you leaving that the Knicks are going to win the championship. No, it's written, Madam President. It is written, but it's been an honor to be a part of the floor team along with you. It's been an honor to learn from you, and just because you leave state service officially does not mean that I'm going to stop calling you and asking you for advice, and calling you and asking you for things, and calling you and asking you to help, because I treasure you, I appreciate you, and like I told you about you got to make sure you tell people you love them. I love you, Mike. I appreciate you. In a galaxy far, far away, the force is always with you. Job well done.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gallivan on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, rise to congratulate Senator Gianaris on this award, the Legacy Award, and his imminent retirement. I first met Mike about 16 years or so ago. I think we were 11 or 12 in the same class. And there's not many left standing. Gustavo, Senator Rivera, you're the last one representing on that side. Senator Myrie, I can tell you, though, when I started, I experienced Mike from that side like you. When he was on the side, he was the same. And like many of you who have said that you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Senator Gianaris, neither would we. Doesn't mean we don't try. Senator Meyer mentioned that this is not an easy job, and it's not. Many of us care about our community. We care about the things that we believe in, and you stand up for it. And when we're in the chamber, as Senator Borrello alluded to, we have a rivalry, we disagree on things, we go back and forth. I can assure you that unlike Senator Borrello, I'm never going to find that common ground in Star Wars. But what I can find the common ground in is standing up for what you believe in and standing up for your constituents, whether any of us agree with the others or not. But most importantly, a few people have mentioned it, the most common ground I can find with you, Senator Gianaris, is putting your family first. And there's no better reason for you to step in that direction now and move on. I wish you the best of luck.
Senator Skoufis on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All of us at various points, we receive sympathy from our friends, our family, about how difficult it must be to juggle being a public servant, an elected official, come to Albany, and their family commitments, their personal livelihoods, et cetera. So we're all senators. Senator Gianaris is a senator, but he's a lot of other things too. He's a deputy majority leader. He's the floor leader. He's the DSCC chair. He's the Rules Committee chair. He's the chair of some other groups we're not allowed to talk about in this place. He's chair of LATFOR. He's a father and a husband. The sacrifice, quite literally, is unparalleled in this chamber, with the one exception being our majority leader. And that's why I suspect he's, I believe, only the second person in my 8 years to receive the Majority Leader's Legacy Award, the other being Senator Breslin. Third, it sounds like, perhaps, yeah. The dais shared a handful of landmark pieces of legislation that Senator Gianaris is credited for. To be clear, those are the bills, a sampling of the bills, where he was the prime sponsor. That's why those were listed off in this resolution. There is not a single piece of major legislation, however, that has come through this chamber that does not have Senator Gianaris' fingerprints on them. Literally every single major piece of legislation, he's in the room with their majority leader, helping craft those bills that are brought to the floor, not just the ones certainly with his name next to them. I have a 5-year-old at home. When I told her this weekend that this was going to be my last week in Albany for the year, her eyes lit up and she let out a hooray. True. And anyone that has children empathizes and knows exactly what I'm talking about. And so, while yes, the Greek caucus is devastated, our numbers are being slashed once Senator Gianaris departs. Our conference and this chamber, we've been privileged to count Senator Gianaris as a colleague. New York has been extraordinarily fortunate to benefit from Senator Gianaris' service over the past almost 3 decades. But his family now gets to enjoy him full time, which is something we can all appreciate. Thank you for being a friend since 2016 when you tried to recruit me to run for a seat in this place. For a variety of reasons, not the least of which on a good day I can be unsufferable. I can only imagine how unsufferable I would have been in the minority if I had run and won that year. I'm glad. Yeah. It's the only time you've been unsuccessful, in my experience at least. You're a powerful voice in this place. You've been an incredible friend to me and so many others. I, like so many others, I attribute you as one of, if not the main reason why I am here today, and wish you nothing but the best with your family in the years ahead. I vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. Senator Rivera on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we were told that today would be the day that we would have an opportunity to talk about our colleague, Mike Gianaris, just thought maybe this is a perfect opportunity to roast the gentleman. I was promptly reminded by Mike that his family would be here. And so I will save some of the comments that I would have made for another time. But in all seriousness, as Senator Gallivan reminded us, so we were elected in 2010. Now, Mike was around in the legislature for longer than that, but I got to meet him in 2010 when we both got elected. So that means that we have been around for all that time. And during that time, what I have known him as has been described over and over again, somebody who's not only incredibly smart, dogged, figures out when to be soft, when not to be soft, and somebody who fights for his constituents and so many things around the state. And I've known him as somebody who believes deeply in how the work that we do in here we have to take into account that the work that we do in here changes people's lives and can change them for the better. And so it was a little surprising when he said that he was not going to do it anymore, at least to me. Now, as our Mr. President was saying, there's the Daddy Caucus, which I obviously am not one of those people. But in all seriousness, I remember talking to him, and many of the conversations that we've had over dinner over the years, we always switch off. I go to Queens one time, and then the next time he comes to the Bronx, and we had been doing that for years. And many of those conversations were always about how are we going to achieve this policy area, how are we going to do this electoral thing, what about this political thing, what about this political thing. And this last one that we had just a couple of months ago, it was after I had found out that he was saying that he was retiring. And when I asked him, so what made you make the decision? And just the little smile that came over his eyes told me that he absolutely meant it when he said that looking into his daughter's eyes and knowing that he needed to be there for her was what the next chapter in his life needed to be. And he also told me about that he leaves here content and in his own terms because he knows that he's done so much to change this institution and to change the state for the better. And so it is, as some of my colleagues have already said, you will be missed greatly. Because you certainly have been not only a leader in this state and a leader in this body, but certainly for me, somebody that has been a constant inspiration and somebody who has tried to get me to calm down many a time. And you have not always been successful, but I certainly thank you for trying. But in all seriousness, I'm glad that you are taking this choice, that you're making this choice on your own terms and for the best of reasons. My brother, you will be missed, but I am looking forward to having many conversations. The last thing I'll say, one thing that happens all the time, and I was telling his wife this yesterday, this is true for every single person I've ever seen who's left either legislature or the legislative body or politics, etc., whether they get defeated, whether they retire, what have you, within a month or a month and a half, they look younger, more well-rested, they look better. So I'm telling you, you think he's handsome now. Just you wait. Give it 2 months, the brother will wake up in the morning just happy as a clam, and he will be even more awesome than usual. So again, Mike, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your life, and I'll see you soon. I'll be voting in the affirmative, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. Senator Comrie on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to congratulate Mike on making a difficult decision, making a decision that benefits your family, making a decision that noted of your 30-plus years of service in government and in politics and in community. Folks have said so many things already, I don't want to be repetitive, but I just want to say thank you for messing up my life. I was in a cushy job, making twice the salary, big office, left at 4 o'clock. No, I'm just kidding. But Mike reminded me that there were more important things than money. There were more important things than privilege. There was an opportunity to come back and serve the community. And I got to thank you for that, because you injected new purpose into me, because even though it was a cushy job, I was bored as hell. You know, it was not the same as being here in this body, in this august body with all of you, creating opportunities. But I didn't realize I was coming into a minority that was at the time. That was a whole nother experience coming from the city council when I was in leadership. But Mike taught me to be patient. Mike taught me to be deliberative. Mike understood that it was important that we continue to work to serve our communities. And he's had a vision and a focus that has been unparalleled. It's important that we all realize in this that we love what we do and that we have to show that love in different ways. And sometimes it can be tough love. Sometimes, you know, he's had to hold me back when my Leo anger gets upset and try to rein me in when I really want to start grumbling and start creating problems, because, you know, Leos like to fight, and I have to hold that side of me in sometimes. And sometimes it's more important to be strategic. Sometimes it's more important to be focused, and sometimes you have to hold your tongue in order to get things done. And Mike has taught me all of that. He's reminded me of that. And I have to say, in Queens County, Mike is a legend. You know, when I first met Mike, it was over 30 years ago, and he was walking in, and women were falling down all over the place at his feet because they just saw his good looks and they just saw his stride and his possession. He wasn't aware of it at the time because he was focused on getting things done. You know, he was never aware that the impact that he had being such a good-looking guy on the women in Queens. It was funny to me. It was funny to me, and I just wanted to share that with you because he still didn't realize it. He doesn't realize it to this day, his impact on people in that way. Because Mike has always been focused on getting work done, on dealing with legislation, on seeing people beyond their looks, but seeing people for what their passion, for their understanding, and for their desire to be involved in government one way or the other. I'm going to miss you terribly. I'm not going to let you go, though. I'm going to be on the phone on you when I need to get that voice to hold me back, to rein me in, to make sure that, you know, we're doing the things necessary to move the state forward. So you may be gone from this body, as other folks have said, but you won't be gone from us in person. But I again want to congratulate you. I know this was a difficult decision to leave while you're cooking and you're on top, but to do it for the right reasons, and you're doing it for wonderful reasons. 3 wonderful reasons: your wife and your 2 daughters. I don't know if you're ready for him once he's full time. You may change your mind after 6 months. But in either case, I know that you will be doing it with love, with compassion. And thank you, Mike, for everything that you've been to all of us. Thank you for what you've done for the state. Thank you for being a great leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Comrie. Senator May on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. For 4 years, I've had the privilege of sitting right behind Senator Gianaris on this floor and have really been able to witness what an incredible multitasker he is, whether on the phone, on the bat phone with the front desk or otherwise managing the floor, being able to leap up at a moment's notice and deliver the perfect zinger in debate, all of which he's been doing while watching Mets games or FaceTiming with his family on his phone. And most miraculously of all, he's always leaning so far back in his chair, but he has never fallen over and whacked his head. Mike, I think of you as not just an amazing multitasker, but a friend and somebody, really a role model and an inspiration to all of us. But I am glad that you are consolidating your life and maybe not having to multitask quite so much so that you can spend time with your beautiful family. It has been an honor working with you. And I vote aye.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Gennardis to explain his vote. On the resolution, excuse me, I don't know what, I'm all messed up. Today's Rachel May and Leroy make a joke. So, Andrew, Senator Gennardis.
My turn, okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We talk a lot in this chamber about representation, how representation matters, and Senator Skoufis alluded to the Greek caucus. I want to tell you all what Mike's leadership in the Greek American community has meant, not just to me, but to the hundreds of thousands of Greek Americans who live not just in New York, but in the tri-state area, and who, frankly, live in the millions who live across the country. Growing up, we heard names like Dukakis and Tsongis and Sarbanes, and we spoke of them with reverence in households. And on that list, Mike, was your name as well. Gianaris, Ioannidis. Greek families who saw his ascent into elected leadership, and they were so incredibly proud that one of theirs had won the right to have a title and to speak on behalf of them and to fight on behalf of them. And what a gift that is for all of us to have you be that standard bearer for our community. And it's still, to this day, that reputation still holds. And you tell people that Mike is stepping down, that he's leaving, and everyone's just shocked. And there's a hush. Like, what are we going to do? He was ours. He was our communities. He was New York's Greek champion. And we don't know what we're going to do yet. Certainly, I can't fill those shoes. James, sorry, you can't fill those shoes. Who knows who can fill those shoes? When I was first getting into interest in politics, and I was in 2012, I wanted to run for office, and I was scared to call Mike and ask for his advice. Because again, you're calling the champion of your community, the person who can open doors for you or slam them in your face. And from the very first time I spoke with Mike, not only did he open the door, but he held it wide open. And he took me under his wing. And when even those in our own community said, you know what, Andrew, it's not your time. Andrew, you're too young. Andrew, you don't know what it's like to have to run for office. Mike never wavered in his mentorship, in his guidance. He coached me through some incredibly difficult conversations. He coached me through how to salvage relationships that meant a lot to me, that in that moment were fraying. He's at my very first fundraiser back in 2011. And even though that election was not successful, he has been a mentor and a guide and a friend ever since. And I certainly add myself amongst those who know for a fact that I would not be in this room without him, without his support, without his vision, and without his example. Because whether or not he had all those titles when I got elected, whether or not he was part of the vision that brought us here, he was certainly the person I was trying to emulate when I decided to put my own name forward for election again. And so, Mike, thank you is not enough for everything you've done for our community, for me, and for the countless others who hope to follow in our footsteps, but knowing that you are their example. I also have a slight bone to pick Because when I told my wife why you were leaving, she said, well, what about you? And then what I actually said to her, this is true, I said, I haven't done nearly as much as he's accomplished in his career. And, you know, I'm not ready yet, and I just started rattling off the things that he had done. And then she said, I get it. I get it. So what a gift it must have been for you, Mike, to be able to touch so many lives for the better. You've certainly touched all of ours. We're going to miss you. We'll say thank you. I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Gennardis. Senator Harkam on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Gianaris, congratulations on this award. You know, a lot of things have been going through my mind. I was struck in the resolution where it said, and he remembers something that you said 3 years ago. And it just reminded me how he likes to remind Senator Martins that he voted for Tier 6. At least once a year, that comes up. More than once a year. I also learned from Mike, I came in that class of 2018, and twice before Senator Gianaris had tried to recruit me to run, just wasn't the right time in my life. So when I finally got into the race, he was already backing other folks. And so the lesson to me was not, if you want the money, you got to get in the game early. The lesson was when Senator Gianaris has bad news for you, he starts and says your last name, and then there's a pause. So it's, Harkam, we gave our money to other candidates. And then so for the next 7 years, I would get this annual phone call in his role of chair of DSCC. Harkam, all right, here it comes. You're spending too much money. And so finally I got smart. And this year, there was a county chair who called me for an exorbitant amount of money to support an event they were doing. And I said, oh, I can't possibly do that. Senator Gianaris will kill me if I donate that much. And so literally a day later, Harkam, who is this person and why are they saying I won't let you donate to their event? So that was just some of the many hats, but I would not be here were it not for Senator Gianaris and him interesting me, getting me interested in and excited about being the role of the senator. But I think what really impresses me about Senator Gianaris is that there's so many facets to what he does, and he is excellent at all of them. You know, as someone who's been around this business a while, normally the policy and the politics are separate people. You know, the polling, the strategy, the fundraising is over here. The legislative and the policy wisdom is over here. And in Mike, it's joint. I mean, he truly is an expert in all of these areas, and all of us have benefited. But what it's always been about, and what he always reminds us, is it's about the work. It's always about the work. It's not about anything that's outside. It's about the work we do in here, and it's about the work we do back home. And the other thing that has so impressed me about Senator Gianaris, after all his success and all his accolades, he's never forgotten who he is and where he comes from. You know, he's just a boy from a working class neighborhood in Queens, and that's who he fights for each and every day. And he reminds us of that. So, Mike, thank you. You know, and people talk about how you've had to make a choice, but as a father, there is no choice. And you'll know that very soon. So God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Harkam. Senator Liu on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. No one's going to tell Mike this, so I'm going to say it. Star Wars is just fantasy. Star Trek, on the other hand, is based in science and reality. But, you know, I will concede this, that Mike G., he's got the force, Mr. President. He has been a force, and he will continue to be a force. He's a political force. We certainly know him as a political animal. But beneath all of this, is the real person. And many of my colleagues have talked about this already. The real person that is a reverend son who continues to take care of his mom, his aging mom, a loving husband, a doting father. That's the real Mike Gianaris. Doesn't always come through in these august chambers, but that's who Mike is. And that's the grounding, along with his education, of course. People like him who hail from the university, the law school that he came from, they don't ever name their school. They just say, oh, I went to school in Boston. But without those educational backgrounds, the history, the experience, and the grounding as a real person, that is what makes Mike Gianaris the force he has been here in the state of New York. Mike, it's been a long time, and I will attest to what Senator Comrie talked about. Mike Gianaris, when he walked into the room, all the ladies noticed. The men noticed as well. He is a handsome man, though back then he was somewhat more svelte. Mr. President, Mike G is a bigger man now. And I remember being on his campaign in 2020 and standing outside of Polsat with his mom and dad in Astoria. We were a few hours away from what we knew would be the result, that Mike Gianaris would become the first Greek-American elected legislator. And that was a big moment in time for the community. It was a big moment for all of us in Queens. We don't forget that. And over the years, lots have happened, lots of legislative accomplishments. I'm not really going to talk about that because everybody else has talked about that. Don't forget, he was one of our 40 under 40, that coveted list that people like to get on. By the way, Mike, that was like 20 years ago. Almost 20 years ago. Yeah, I guess they started that list. It's 60 over 60, right? Or 70 over 70, I think. And of course, becoming appointed to become the Deputy Majority Leader of the New York State Senate. Thank you so much, Madam Leader, for that fateful decision that would impact so many millions of people across the state. To his legislative fights, I think Senator Skoufis said it well, that even though his name is not on that many pieces of legislation, he let us have it. He let us put our names on it, but he certainly had his fingerprints on all of those bills. And being the floor leader, reminding all of us, both sides of the aisle, about important facts of history. But one of the things I remember most is occasionally Mike would ask me to sit in for him as floor leader because session was getting late and he had to get home to give his sick cat his shots. That cat is no longer with us. But that's what he knew he had to give the cat a shot by a certain time every single day. And then, of course, fast forward to most recently in February when we're all in conference, getting ready to talk about the bills, and he made an announcement. And when he told us what his plans were, a couple of minutes of silence and just utter shock. Not a dry eye in the room that day. Just to think that this person could be leaving us and moving on. But I congratulate you, Mike, because there's still a long way ahead. And there are a lot of things yet to be done, and you'll be doing them from a different capacity, but there will still be positive changes coming from you, Mike. So, Mr. President, I vote yes on this resolution. I want to thank my friend, Michael Gianaris. I'll see you at Northeast. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Liu. Senator Serrano on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And sort of difficult to talk about this today because, you know, when you have a friend, it's hard to know that you won't be able to see them every day. But I'm filled with tremendous gratitude for having had the opportunity to work with such an amazing person. Mike Gianaris and I first met many years ago when, I believe in the Senate, it was during the time we were briefly in the majority and Mike was in the Assembly, and we were working on some bills together and had a press conference together. And I was thinking to myself, boy, this guy has a great sense of humor. Just fun and a nice person to deal with. And, you know, I was so happy when I learned that he was coming to the Senate. And what I found during that period when we were briefly in the minority, back then we had a bit more time on our hands to sort of get to know one another and to chit-chat and learn all these things about one another. And, you know, I was happy to hear that we had so many similar Generation X experiences growing up, and we sort of bonded over that. We bonded over Star Wars and his encyclopedic knowledge of baseball, which I think actually rivals my dad's, if that can be seen. But just knew so many things about so many different topics. And I, being someone very inquisitive, I'm the type of person that asks a lot of questions. I want to know everything about everything. And a perfect match because Mike will tell you everything. Mike is not a gatekeeper of information. He freely shares so much of what he's learned over the years and imparts that on all of us. And those of us who are willing to listen are the better for it because we learn this perspective that is so uniquely balanced, that is so uniquely ethical and proper. And we learn how to do not just his job better, but we learn how to do life better. I was also really amazed by the amount of bandwidth that Mike has to be able to handle so many different things and never complain. Never looks flustered, never looked stressed, hit it well if it existed. But he just sort of kept grinding, kept plugging along. And it's an important message because, you know, that's what life is. We do what we have to do, and we do it as long as we can. And I could just imagine, Mike, that this was a difficult decision for you. I know how much you love this work. I know how much you love the challenges. But I have to say that the reasons in which you are doing it make so much sense to me as a father, and I've spoken to you so many times over the years about the joys of being a dad. And what I've seen in you, Mike, is not just you as a dad, but as a joyful father. I see the light in you that it grows every single day when you talk more about your wonderful family I've gotten to know over the years, and how that has made you a better person and made you a more fulfilled human being. So it is very difficult to know that you're not going to be here every single day, but just know that I will continue to reach out. Hopefully we could get some more Greek food together. Thank you for teaching me all the different things that you have taught me over the years. I love you, and I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Serrano. Senator Scarcella-Spanson on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mike Gianaris, for the legacy that you leave behind this place. Truly, if you look around this room, your fingerprints are in every single corner of our district. It's in every single corner of New York State. And this is the legacy that's going to be lasting. Your family over here. I'm so happy that they're here to see and hear all the special things that there are about you, what makes you you. I can say from personal experience, you are the gut check that so many of us need. You bring balance to the conversations when any of us are stressed out or frazzled, because to Senator Serrano's point, you do remain such a constant and calming presence to so many of us in this room. And I wanted to say, I really liked what Senator Gallivan said as well about your family being the thing everyone has in common, because that is something so noble. I think that is such a rare character trait in people, to realize when it's time to reprioritize. And you did that, and you set an example for everybody in this room, whether it's shifting things around to make it work or when it's time to do something different. But we appreciate you, we love you. I am not enough Greek to step into your shoes, not even close. But thank you for looking at my ancestry and accepting me a little bit as one of your own. I proudly vote aye, and congratulations, we love you.
Thank you, Senator Scarcella-Spanton. Senator Gonzalez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand here as one of the members who can also say that I would not be here, but certainly wouldn't be the member that I am today without Senator Gianaris. And I remember meeting for the first time, and Senator Myrie spoke about how supportive he's been of young candidates, but I'm probably one of the youngest, and I was nervous, and I had those feelings of being a working class kid from Queens and not being sure if I could take on such a role. And I just remember Senator Gianaris talking about what it was like for him growing up in Queens, to be first generation in Harvard, being surrounded by classmates who didn't always think like us or grow up like us. And from that day on, I just truly cannot say enough how grounded I have seen you, Senator Gianaris, be in that history and fighting for people like us, but in inspiring that in everyone else and encouraging that in everyone else around him. And I also stand here as someone who has the immense honor and privilege of representing the same area that Senator Gianaris represented in Astoria. And as a first-time candidate, I will tell you all, when I was knocking doors, the first question I got a lot of the time was, "Are you primarying Mike?" With, of course, and rightfully so, contempt. And I would have to explain, no, we had a redistricting, and he's still in office, and actually he's supportive, and honestly, it was representative of how loved he is, not only by the Greek community in Astoria that got the representation, and also has that in our colleagues, but also in places like NYCHA. I think one thing I know a lot of you know, but maybe not everyone, is that there are hundreds of kids in NYCHA who have money in a college savings account and a real way and path forward for the future, because Senator Gianaris took the time to help build that program with a nonprofit. I will say he's also deeply loved, not only in NYCHA, but also in Long Island City, where he took a hard stance on things like Amazon. And I was an early organizer then, but since has been proven right. And the community in every place in the district is better off from not only our neighbors in LIC and our neighbors in NYCHA, but even down to the dogs and the cats at adoption centers that benefited from his legislation. So I am so deeply thankful to Senator Gianaris for fighting for all of us. I think very few people have had the honor of saying Mark Hamill has said the force is strong in this one, and that is certainly true. And it takes a strong force to be such an incredible father with such an incredible family. And it's really, really exciting to see him be a girl dad and see his two daughters grow up in our neighborhood. So thank you again, and with that, I proudly support this resolution.
Thank you, Senator Gonzalez. Senator Hinchey on the resolution.
As a proud member of the I wouldn't be here without Mike Gianaris caucus. Truly, Mike, you changed my life. Maybe not in all the ways you changed Senator Comrie's life, but you changed my life truly for the better. I talk to people in my community, my own family, and honestly, they wouldn't know what I'd be doing if I wasn't sitting here in this chamber. And I'm only in this chamber really in large part because of you and your work and your belief in me. And I want to say thank you.
I feel so privileged to be able to serve in this body under the leadership with you and our leader. It is truly phenomenal. I think something that we all have taken for granted for the years that we've been able to be here, because it's just been our leadership. And it's going to take a lot for us to realize that that changes. And, you know, there's always time for that change, but this is going to be a big change, not just because, you know, anytime anyone in any position leaves, it's a big deal, but because of what you have done and the way that you do it here in this chamber. As was said, your level-headedness and the way that you manage so many different spaces, I mean, truly stuff of legend. But even with the accomplishments and the titles and the responsibilities, you always had time for us. It always felt like your time was accessible to us. And truly, that's a gift. You always picked up the phone, you took the call, you took the time to talk in the hallway. You'd make sure that you knew our priorities, and if we talked to you about something, I knew and we knew that you would follow through on saying what it is that you were gonna do. Truly, that is a gift. And that allows all of us to learn and be our best selves and represent our districts in the ways that people sent us here to do. And we've only been able to do that, truly, because we had such a great person helping us do that behind the scenes. So thank you for all of your work. The accomplishments are legendary. That legacy will live on for generations, but so will the legacy here of the members that you have helped steward and help shape and help cultivate. We do that in your honor and in your memory and in your shadow, all just trying to live up to the work that you've been able to do here in this chamber. And so this award is so well deserved. And I just wanted to add my voice to the beautiful chorus to say thank you. I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Senator Jackson on the resolution.
In order to thank Mike Gianaris for being who he is, I came in with a group of about, 15 of us, and that would not have happened had not Mike been there, and under the leadership of Andrew Stewart Cousins, you know, and others that were involved in the process to try to move the minority here to the majority. And that's what you did. And that's what you're doing to keep us in the game. Quite frankly, I've heard some situations about the IDC, and we replaced these people that were basically on the wrong side of the table, but that's an opinion that I have. Others would think otherwise. But Mike, I just say thank you on behalf of all of the people that have been brought to this team, and also about all of the people in New York State that has positively got something from you through the work that we're doing on behalf of the people of our great state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Senator Ramos on the resolution.
When I first heard that we would be honoring Mike today, my mind went to the Powhatan Democratic Club. 'Twas the year 2000, and a young Mike Gianaris was running for state assembly. And I had been dragged to a meeting by my father on a particular night when a young, fresh-faced young man from Astoria was there to talk about his candidacy. And I remember how incredible it felt to know that a Queens kid, the child of immigrants, had the opportunity to step up to lead our hometown. And I don't think that Mike perhaps had the intention or even realized the impression that he was leaving on any of the teenagers in the room, because I remember I wasn't the only one. But you did. And it definitely left an indelible mark in many people who in Queens, especially in Western Queens, have thought about living a life in public service. Now, over the last odd 20 years that I've actually known him, I've not only praised him as a leader, but to me, he's exemplified what it means to be a good Democrat. I think it is, we, at least definitely on this side, feel an immense sense of gratitude to you for restoring integrity to this institution and doing everything that you could to ensure that justice was served to a Senate that deserved to be led by an extraordinary woman. And you, my friend, unlike many, are a man who is not threatened by strong women. And that, again, is something that is admirable and speaks to your character. So to me, it is no coincidence that God decided to bless you with 3 extraordinary women in your life. To me, this resolution is absolutely about your legacy as a legislator, as an operative, as a politician, but more importantly of the incredible man you are, the incredible colleague and legacy that you have left in each and every one of us about how to conduct ourselves here in the Senate. So thank you, and congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard in this resolution? Your loss. Seeing and hearing none, Senators Lanza, followed by Leader Andrew Stewart-Cousins to close. Senator Lanza on the resolution.
Mr. President, I've noticed throughout this proceeding that my colleague, Senator Gianaris, is in a very good mood, and so I'll take this opportunity to ask you to see if he'll yield. Always game. He's always game, Mr. President. Senator Michael Gianaris, or as he is known to we Republicans, thorn in our side. Mr. President, that's a compliment. People in this room understand that. Whatever your political leanings, if you don't respect Senator Gianaris and all that he is and all that he's done, you have not been paying attention. He's, as has been said, he's one of the most influential and consequential elected officials in New York. He's said to be partisan, and it's true, but not with everything. If he don't like you, he don't care which party you're from. But if he does, the same holds true. He and I have been sparring partners for a long time now, debating on this floor for many years, both when I was in the majority and, unfortunately, in the minority for me. And for a long time, Mr. President, it's probably true that we were nothing more than adversaries. And there's nothing wrong with that either. That's our system. It's important that we have these discussions and we have these debates. And in our American system of both law and government, the hope is that the better ideas will rise to the surface. You know, these lines were probably drawn by fate long before we met. I'm a proud and happy die-hard Yankee fan. As we all know, he's famously a Met fan. I was born in Staten Island. I live in Staten Island. He in Queens. I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat. He's Greek and I'm Italian. Wait a minute, that's the same thing. It was not until one day, Mr. President, that I think we crossed the line from being nothing more than adversaries. When he turned to me and said, "Lanza, you remind me of my brother." And I don't know if it was because we both served as, I think, assistant district attorneys, or that we both attended a better law school than he did, Fordham University School of Law. But to me, that signals a new chapter in our relationship. You know, a funny thing happened on the way to Damascus. We're not supposed to be friends. The world doesn't want us to be friends. People on social media hate that we are friends. Some of our friends hate that we are friends. Well, that's just tough. And we found a way, through all the rounds, and all the boxing, and all the jabs, and all the snips, and the snark from both of us, we found a way to cut through that. And I wish more people would do the very same. I assure you, Mr. President, neither one of us has ever compromised a single thing that we believe in. I could tell you Senator Gianaris is loyal to your conference. He's loyal to the mission. He's loyal to the majority leader. He's loyal to his party. He's loyal to the state and the country, though, at the same time. The same. And just because the world doesn't like that two people so situated should not be friends, I think it makes it even sweeter. By the way, Senator Lieu, I'm a Trekkie and a Star Wars fan. There's room in the galaxy and the universe for both. We continued along our progression in our relationship. It's been mentioned, especially during COVID. When I had the privilege of being named to sit in this seat, and by the way, after listening to Senator Gallivan, reminding me of why I'm on this side, and to all the many Democrats who would not be here if not for Senator Gianaris, I'm a little less sad that you're leaving. but sad nonetheless. And so I took this desk, and we got to know each other even more. I can tell you one thing we both agree on. Y'all are very needy. You all are very needy. But we work together. We don't always agree. Sometimes we do. But we both are focused on doing what we believe to be the right thing by the folks in this chamber, and more importantly, by this institution that we both care for, and for the state. During the lockdown, he and I really got to know each other. As most of you were home in pajamas on Zoom, Senator Borrello, no doubt, in a Batman pajama, we had to figure out a way through that uncharted time. And it did give us a lot of time to really get to know each other, not just as adversaries, politically speaking, not just as fellow colleagues in the Senate, but as people. And I listened to everyone speak, and everyone touched on a piece of Senator Mike Gianaris. And, you know, I heard about Senator Myrie, some of the things he does outside of this chamber. Senator Gianaris, I think after all these years, you owe me one favor. If you're going to continue along those lines, please do it in a galaxy far, far away. And if we ever, and we will, meet off campus, I don't want you anywhere near Staten Island. I'll come to you. And we talk about family. And I, too, saw the change. And when we talk about change, it's as if he was this ogre before and better after. That's not the case. But as a husband and a father of 3 children, I knew the look in his eye all too well when he talked of his marriage, to his beautiful wife, and about his 2 children. And we shared lots of stories about our families. And at the end of the day, we care very much about what happens in here, but we do it for those reasons. We do it for our families. We sometimes come in here and we talk about how important the work we do is as if it's in a vacuum, Mr. President. It's not. Without our friends and our family, what's the point? And again, it's the seemingly little things that help you cut through the fog of the battle that we're engaged in. And when my daughter was in the process of rescuing a feral cat from the yard and from the neighborhood, I turned to my resident cat expert, Senator Gianaris. And he helped me help my daughter socialize that cat. And now Kitty, as we've talked about and we've shared photos, Kitty, if you open the door in my house, she looks at you like, I ain't going out there. She is a full-fledged house cat and member of the family. And even that brought us together. You know, Senator Gianaris, and again, people don't want to hear one side of the aisle talk well about the other side of the aisle. We do it. But if that's all we do, shame on us. This place will miss you. And I will speak well of you. You are super intelligent and smart, which are 2 different things, and you're both. You're dedicated, you're passionate, and you're hardworking. And political differences aside, isn't that all that we hope for in the people that choose to represent the people across the street, across the state? And you are all that, Senator Gianaris. And, you know, this place will miss you, friend and foe alike. I shall miss you as a friend. And I wish you truly Godspeed in your future travels. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Lanza. Majority Leader Andres Stewart-Cousins to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is, what's going to happen? Okay. I know I don't think he's ever had the opportunity to sit in a room where so many people who he has helped were able to heap accolades, to bring past, laud you for the present, and give you the greatest hope for the future. And the reality is that no one is more deserving. When I hear my colleagues talk about how you touch their lives, change their lives, ruin their lives, have people to thank for changing sides in chamber. And I think of our story, one that has been a 13-year partnership, something that I would never have dreamt of, a kid from the projects. And this Star Wars rebel hatched the plan in 2012 to change leadership and included me in it. I was happy to get here. That was hard enough. I knew I could do some things. I never thought I'd do this thing. There has to be a catalyst. There has to be a seed. Every single one of us had that person who said to us, you can do this, and never stopped supporting when you set on at that journey. That's who this guy is. And when he's with you, he's with you. And if he's not, he's not. But no matter what, with you or not, he's never, ever lost sight of the opportunity to change things for the better. He's never forgotten why almost 30 years ago he got involved in state government, and he's never forgotten where he came from or the influence someone like him has on making change. There's some voices, because of our stereotypes and our conditioning, that you expect to be this way or that way. It's so easy to put someone in a box when they have certain traits or party labels or characteristics or, whatever it is you think of. Senator Gianaris breaks the mold because given the box, the pedigree, you don't always expect the mission, the cause, the intention, and the attention to things that people like him aren't supposed to care about. And in many ways, that's what makes him even more influential, because you get to hear important things that you don't expect to hear from someone like him. From the sublime to the ridiculous. Whether it's Star Wars or the Mets, or it's like, we've got to do this now to protect the most vulnerable people. He never, ever, ever compromises when he makes a decision to move in a direction that he believes matters. And he's never afraid to lift his voice when he knows that his voice can make a defining difference in an outcome. And that's what we've done here in this chamber with his influence, with his support, with every fiber that he gave every single one of us for every single one of the 16 years he's been in this chamber. And yes, you are the third Legacy Award. The first being Belmonette Montgomery, who spent 36 years in this chamber, pioneering in so many ways. And then, of course, Senator Breslin, who spent almost 30 years in the chamber. And then you, who's in your 16 years in this chamber has managed to create an environment that allows us to continue to grow in not only our policy, but in our integrity, in our purpose, and in the magnificent role of public servant. We know, just as we, having participated in life, understand, nothing stays the same. But we are certainly all better for the time that you have spent with us. And we are very, very prepared to make sure that we continue to stay focused on the mission of serving the people of New York State. I will say to your lovely wife and your amazing children that you're very, very fortunate. This man adores you all. I spend a lot of time with him, and I know what everybody's doing all the time because there's no end to the pictures and the photos and the fun and the Zoes and the Orlas and Mariana. Sometimes, you know, you get to pop in between the girls. But I can tell you that he would not leave here unless he had a greater love, and that he does. And for us who enjoy watching that love filter through this chamber, through the eyes of a child who's only 2, we say Godspeed. We say thank you. You've already heard that every single person is going to be torturing him anyway from a distance, so you won't be done with us entirely. But we know that he will enjoy every moment, not only of what he did here, but what he will do to grow and strengthen his family and to make sure that he also continues a legacy outside of this chamber, but in our communities, in our state, and whatever it is he wants to do. Senator Gianaris, thank you for being, as I've said all the time, the best deputy leader, the best deputy majority leader, the best partner, the best friend, the best ally anyone could ever have. Congratulations. I say aye.
While you're in a clapping mood, some remarks from our deputy leader, the Legacy Award winner, the King of Queens, Senator Michael Gianaris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Leader. I don't know how many people get to see a glimpse of what their funeral service is going to sound like.
That's right. It's there.
I think I just have, so thank you for that. Most people don't get to respond, but I do. I also want to thank my colleagues for being the perfect white noise for Zoe to continue her nap. She just got up, I think, while Senator Lanza was speaking, so good timing on her part. What a ride it has been. And for me, this building means so much to me. In many ways, before I had my family and the home I have now, it was my home. You know, I was living alone. Home was just a place I would go to be by myself and watch movies, TV shows, take care of my cats, and whatever else was going on back there. But I started 1997, early 1997, so almost 30 years ago now. I had an office in this building in about the deepest corner of this building that could possibly exist. You all know if you got on the elevators, which, by the way, back then they had humans operating them. There were not even buttons on the elevator. We had the elevator operators in those days. And my office was in a place called 513M. So So you may know the 5th floor is the top floor of the building. M stood for mezzanine. So you get to the top floor, you literally go to the corner of the building, and you walk into that office, and there was a stairway up to this manufactured floor above it. And the only way up or down was that stair. It was a fire trap, to be sure. I hope they've fixed that in the assembly since I was there. But I did see a lot of this building over the years, and I've seen a lot of things. I've witnessed 2 coup attempts, one in each house. One unsuccessful, one successful. I have served with 5 governors, 3 of whom left under a cloud of ethical problems. A majority of the governors I've served with. Think about that. So far, Governor Hochul's doing okay. She's not one of them. When I first got elected to the Assembly, it was the year of 9/11. A few years later, I witnessed the first African American to become president of the United States, who also went to a little school outside of Boston, Senator Lou, at the same time I was there. Slide over to the Senate. We had COVID, of course, and all the issues associated with the pandemic. And then the last several years have seen the craziness with this current president. I won't get too deep into politics in these remarks, but it has been an experience, I think, for everyone, no matter which side they are on. But at some point, and it was in my time here, where I went from being more of having a front seat to witness this history to being a participant in it. And here in this chamber, we dealt with the minority years, which were difficult years, and it wasn't as simple as it is today, where the lines were clear cut. We had, as some of my colleagues referenced, a number of Democrats who decided they were going to vote for Republicans to be leader of this chamber, and that lasted for longer than it should have. We have so many of our class of 2018 who were primary victors, and I think you heard from many of them today. But we did get past that. It was an interesting time. I think you could write a drama about it that would be interesting, not just to people who care about this chamber. You had friends jumping sides. You had all sorts of things that made what should be a simple job a lot more difficult. But then what came out of that, because a lot of times I believe the biggest struggles lead to the biggest rewards. And we came out of that in electing, speaking of firsts, the first black woman to ever lead this chamber, in Andrea Stewart Cousins. A historic figure in her own right. We have been able to preside over the largest majority this chamber has ever seen. And that's just not things that you put in the books so that you could say you did it. It has real consequences for people's lives. The 2019 session, I like to say, for anyone that is a student of state government, will never be forgotten. I don't think there will ever be a session as productive as that one was, and I don't think there was one prior to that. That and the years since have resulted in so many incredible achievements that are the kind of things that make it a little bit easier to make the decision I made about leaving, because I know that we have done some things. And I think that was Senator Granardis' point as well. But just to rattle off a few, and my colleagues may want to close their ears for the next couple of minutes. But among the things we achieved, early voting, mail-in voting, online voter registration, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which now seems like an incredibly prescient thing to do, historic tenant protections, the Reproductive Health Act, which at the time was an incredibly prescient thing to do, nation-leading environmental protections, protections for victims of sex abuse, both children and adults, criminal justice reforms, legalization of marijuana, protections for immigrants, starting with the DREAM Act and Greenlight, and as we saw just last week, adding to that, which, as Senator Ramos mentioned, is something, given that my parents were immigrants, I have never let go of. Gender and conversion therapy ban for LGBTQ plus friends and neighbors. Gun safety laws. You can open your ears now. A permanent property tax cap in this state. My love of animals has been referenced. We did ban the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits at retail throughout this state, which is now something other states are emulating. And the work continues and will continue after I'm long gone. I know my colleagues are now focused on the problems of the future, regulation of AI, data centers, and the host of things that we're not even thinking of that will present themselves. But the other thing that sticks with me is the relationships that I've built in this room with so many of you. You spend so much time up here, and I love Albany, but you know, in the evening you go to dinner, because what else are you going to do? And so you get to know people incredibly well. Sometimes it's friendships you don't expect, like Senator Lanza mentioned, or Senator Borrello. I never thought I'd be friends with Senator Borrello. I mean, seriously. Incidentally, the leader said to me when we had the stormtroopers in here, she says, "I've never seen Senator Borrello happier in all the time I've known." And it was good to have that moment of bipartisanship as well. But you know, what happens when you spend that much time with people is you talk about things that are important to you, and you seek advice, and you seek counseling. You just get things off your chest, and so you end up knowing people very personally in this place. And that is something I treasure greatly. Senator Skoufis mentioned that, when was it, 2016? He declined to run because we were recruiting him. We thought he had a shot. What he doesn't mention is that the first meeting I ever had as the chair of the ACC was now Senator Skoufis, who at the time was probably younger than Kristen Gonzalez was when she got elected. And he rolls in and he says, "I'm going to run for Senate." And I said, "Against who? Like, who are you?" I think he had a local office at the time, like a town position. And he wisely did not run that year, because he did end up following a path that got him to the assembly first and then over here. But we're glad that he did make it. And we're glad that so many of you got here, whether I helped or not. This is an institution that can be proud of itself. And that is also a credit to our leader. And I do want to take a moment to say, in all of I wouldn't be here without conversations. I would not be here without our leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins. And not just because she appointed me to this position, but because we have really been partners in a way that I think few leadership teams are. And so I value that friendship more than any. So when you look at it that way, for me, it was not just that the building was a home to me, but the people in the building were also my family. And so now I do have about as good as you can get, right? I mean, look at this. My wife, Mariana, also an immigrant, by the way, and a proud one, who is as smart as they come and as tough as they come. Was it Senator Ramos talked about the toughness of the women in my life? That is for sure. She is tremendous, and I love her dearly. Orla, so proud of Orla. Orla just got elected class rep at her school.
Orla.
Yeah. She was warming up my seat before session, so I don't know if she's getting ready for something. I know. Give her 6 years, and she could come here and join you. And of course, Zoe, who is an amazing little thing. So much personality and sass and smarts in her eyes, and she's just getting started, which is a wonderful thing to see. And you all have heard me talk about her endlessly, obviously. Poor Senator Clears has the misfortune of sitting next to me in conference. So I roll in oh, look at this week's pictures.
Yes.
She has watched her grow up through my phone. But you guys are all really amazing. So Senator Bailey made this call to let people know how you feel, and I could say with all my heart that I love you all, even those of you I don't like. I love you. And I would leave you with, because those are different things too, Senator Lanza, as you know. And so I ask you, as my parting wish to all of you is to take care of this building, take care of each other, take care of the people in it, and most importantly, take care of the people we all represent in this state, because that's why we're all here. So thank you all incredibly. Thank you very, very much.
For the first and only time, the balcony can get involved in this one. The guests can get involved in this one. The question is on the resolution. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. There's no other question. The resolution is adopted. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, thank you. I do want to also make one last thank you to staff. I mean, we did it a little bit at the barbecue last week, but I don't want to let it go unsaid that the staff makes this all possible for all of us. And so staff, present and past and future, we appreciate you very much. Some of them have come all the way to watch me from up there, and so we love them as well. Back to the work, Mr. President. We have a lot to do this week, so I appreciate everyone's indulgence in doing that for a couple of hours. We have the guests for Senator Scarcella-Spanton's resolution here, so let's take up previously adopted resolution 1682 by Senator Scarcella-Spanton, read its title, and call on Senator Scarcella-Spanton.
The Secretary will read.
Resolution 1682 by Senator Scarcella-Spanton, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the Civil Air Patrol New York Wing.
Senator Scarcella-Spanton on the resolution.
Mr. President, tough act to follow, but very worthy one. I rise today to commemorate the 85th anniversary of the Civil Air Patrol, and I welcome Lieutenant Colonel Frank Burt, the Government Relations Advisor, Major Joe Gallo, Vice Commander North, Lieutenant Colonel James Glass, and Cadets Emmons, Jonassen, Koshinki, Hartman, Benedict, Noonan, and Nelson. The anniversary is an opportunity to honor the generations of volunteers, cadets, and senior members who have carried forward the Civil Air Patrol mission, the official auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force. The Civil Air Patrol was established during a critical period in American history and has served the nation and our state with distinction for over 8 decades. New York members have contributed to countless missions supporting public safety, emergency response, and most importantly, youth development. The Civil Air Patrol New York Wing stands ready to assist during emergencies, natural disasters, and search and rescue operations. One of the most enduring contributions of the Civil Air Patrol is the development of young leaders through airspace education, character development, physical fitness, and leadership training. While we honor 85 years of achievement, we also look to the future. By investing in our youth, embracing innovation, and maintaining a spirit of volunteer service, this organization is well positioned for decades ahead. To every cadet, senior member, volunteer, alum, supporter, and family member, thank you for 85 years of service. And I will say, I know Senator Lieu is very, very connected to the Civil Air Patrol. And I thank you very much for being here. Thank you all for your patience. I hope you enjoyed watching government unfold, and people's careers, of course, is too. So thank you so much, and I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Griffo on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to welcome Colonel Burt and all of the members and cadets who were here. Very proud to recognize this 85th anniversary of the organization. Proud to be part of the legislative squadron that we've assembled here, too, to advocate and to promote the Civil Air Patrol. As you heard, since their founding in 1941, they embody the virtues of civic responsibility, public service, and patriotism. The Civil Air Patrol members and cadets serve with distinction and with honor. They have supported our communities throughout the state during some of the most difficult times, like September 11th, natural disasters. They assist with emergency management. I have personally had the opportunity to ride with them to survey devastation from some of the natural disasters that we've experienced across our state, particularly in my district. So they inspire the next generation of aviators and innovators. They mentor youth through their leadership programs. There's over 2,200 volunteers currently in the New York wing of the Civil Air Patrol, and they are committed to excellence, to professionalism, and to service above self. So they've truly made a difference throughout this state and for our nation, so it's appropriate that we celebrate and recognize the 85th anniversary milestone. I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation to the men and women of the New York's Civil Air Patrol. Thank them for their willingness to step up and answer the call to service. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Griffo. Senator Liu on the resolution.
And I want to thank Senator Scarcella-Scranton for this important resolution, and I want to thank Senator Griffo for his kind words as well. 85 years ago, we were in the middle of a world war, and patriots along the East Coast here in the United States, pilots, some professionals, some amateur, they took their own planes to survey the waters off our coast, and in the process wound up sinking 3 German submarines during World War II. After that conflict, the United States Congress chartered the Civil Air Patrol as an organization that would become the auxiliary volunteer force to the United States Air Force. And 85 years later, the Civil Air Patrol continues to grow and continues to provide service and stays core to its mission and its core values of excellence, integrity, respect, and volunteer service. And those guiding principles continue to make the Civil Air Patrol the strong organization nationwide and right here in New York State as it is. So I want to thank our officers, our cadets, for joining us here in the state capitol and for their continued service to this great organization. Thank you, Madam President. I vote yes on this resolution. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I further urge my colleagues to vote on 2 bills that are coming up tomorrow and the rest of this week that are important to the members of the U.S. Civil Air Patrol here in New York. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Liu. Senator Webb on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to thank Senator Scarcella-Scranton for recognizing this important anniversary of me reaching this milestone of 85 years. To Commander Burt, I have the pleasure of meeting with you quite often in the cadets. I'm a proud card-carrying member, like many of us in the legislature. The work that the Civil Air Patrol and the resources they provide to our community is very important. I think about in my area when the floods happened in 2011 and other kind of extreme weather events that require emergency response. They were there among other first responders, really providing supports, and the cadets that are a part of this program are just really committed to community service and are exploring their, I would say, their purpose of being in the STEM, but also, most of all, utilizing their talents and their gifts to making our communities better. So again, congratulations on reaching such an important milestone. We look forward to celebrating 85 more years and appreciate your patience today in being here with us. But congratulations to not only Commander Burt, but really the entire team for what they do. I proudly vote aye, Madam President.
Thank you. To our guests from the Civil Air Patrol on the occasion of your 85th anniversary, your leadership, the cadets, thank you for your presence here today. We acknowledge and respect you. We extend to you the cordialities of the House. Please rise and be recognized. The resolution was previously adopted on March 10th. Senator Gianaris.
A couple of motions here. On behalf of Senator Brisport, I wish to call up Senate Print 1615, recalled from the Assembly, which is now at the desk.
The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 401, Senate Print 1615 by Senator Brisport, enactment of the Real Property Actions and Procedures Law.
Move to reconsider the vote by which this bill was passed.
The Secretary will call the roll on reconsideration.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sukardin, Zellner, I-60.
The bill is restored to its place on the third reading calendar.
I offer the following amendments.
The amendments are received.
On behalf of Senator Baskin, on page 24, I offer the following amendments to calendar 928, Senate Print 9126, and ask that said bill retain its place on third reading calendar.
The bill will retain its place. The amendments are received, and the bill will retain its place on the third reading calendar. Senator
There will be an
Gianaris.
immediate meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332.
There'll be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332.
The Senate stands at ease.
The Senate stands at ease.
The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
I believe there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Let's take that up, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read.
Senator Stuart Cousins from the Committee on Rules opposed the following bills. Senate Print 291B by Senator Rhodes, enactment of the Highway Law. Senate Print 1171A by Senator Matera, enact to amend the Environmental Conservation Law. Senate Print 1891A by Senator Jackson, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 2461A by Senator Rhodes, enact in relation to authorizing New York State and local employees retirement system to accept an application for disability retirement. Senate Print 2667C by Senator Salazar, enactment of the Correction Law. Senate Print 3500 by Senator White, enactment of the Executive Law. Senate Print 3610A by Senator Helming, enactment to amend the Mental Hygiene Law. Senate Print 3815C by Senator Rivera, enact to amend the General Municipal Law. Senate Print 3864A by Senator Gianaris, enact to amend the Judiciary Law. Senate Print 4040 by Senator Comrie, enact to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York. Senate Print 4155A by Senator Sanders, enact to amend the Executive Law. Senate Print 4448A by Senator Steck, enact to amend the Civil Service Law. Senate Print 4571B by Senator Harcum, enact to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 4583B by Senator Salazar, enact to amend the Correction Law. Senate Print 4667A by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 4706A by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 5585 by Senator Lanza, enact to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 5659 by Senator Palumbo, enact in relation to authorizing the Village of Northampton to reduce the maximum speed limit along certain designated streets. Senate Print 5727 by Senator Harcum, enact to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 5737A by Senator Scarcella Spanton, enact to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 5883 by Senator Lanza, enact to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 6233A by Senator Martinez, enact to amend the Tax Law. Senate Print 6898 by Senator Cooney, enact to amend the Executive Law. Senate Print 7158A by Senator O'Mara, enact to amend Chapter 412 of the Laws of 1990. Senate Print 7411A by Senator O'Mara, enact in relation to authorizing Lieutenant Thomas Clear to receive certain service credit under a 20-year retirement plan. Senate Print 7604B by Senator Matera, enact in relation to authorize the town of Smithtown, assessor to accept an application for real property tax exemption. Senate Print 7759A by Senator Lanza, enact to authorize Frank R. Smith to receive performance of duty disability retirement benefits. Senate Print 7762B by Senator Murray, enact in relation to authorize the assessor of the town of Brookhaven to accept an application for real property tax exemption. Senate Print 7808A by Senator Scarcella Spanton, enact to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 7898A by Senator Hinchy, enact to amend the Economic Development Law. Senate Print 8122B by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York. Senate Print 8167A by Senator Lanza, enact granting retroactive Tier 4 membership in the New York City Teachers Retirement System. Senate Print 8398 by Senator Oberacker, enact in relation to authorizing Daniel Montalto to take the civil service examination. Senate Print 8455B by Senator Fahey, enactment of the penal law. Senate Print 8553A by Senator Hinchy, enactment of the public health law. Senate Print 8654B by Senator Clear, enactment of the elder law. Senate Print 8945 by Senator Jackson, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9069 by Senator Jackson, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9139A by Senator Salazar, enactment of the Social Services law. Senate Print 9190 by Senator O'Mara, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9272A by Senator Fernandez, enactment of the Education law. Senate Print 9356 by Senator Kavanaugh, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9378 by Senator Jackson, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security law. Senate Print 9408A by Senator Gernardes, enactment of the General Business law. Senate Print 9497 by Senator Fernandez, enactment of the Insurance law. Senate Print 9500A by Senator Hinchy, enactment of the Public Service law. Senate Print 9664 by Senator Hinchy, enactment of the Public Health law. Senate Print 9671A by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the election law. Senate Print 9683A by Senator Gonzalez, an act to authorize the City of New York to sell certain lands. Senate Print 9761 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the state finance law. Senate Print 9853A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9855A by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the state finance law. Senate Print 9881 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the general municipal law. Senate Print 9882 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the general municipal law. Senate Print 9885A by Senator Sutton, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9966 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the public service law. Senate Print 9977A by Senator White, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the laws of 1958. Senate Print 9983 by Senator Borrello, an act in relation to authorizing Joseph Frederick to take the competitive civil service examination. Senate Print 10032A by Senator Kenzari Fitzpatrick, an act in relation to authorizing the Hakem Veloshon to file an application for retroactive real property tax exempt status. Senate Print 10092 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the general business law. Senate Print 10094 by Senator Harklam, an act to amend the highway law. Senate Print 10113 by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the cannabis law. Senate Print 10165A by Senator Kenzari Fitzpatrick, an act authorizing the Kong of Oz Israel Incorporated to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status. Senate Print 10186 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the administrative code of the City of New York. Senate Print 10,200 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the multiple dwelling law. Senate Print 10,239 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the general business law. Senate Print 10,274 by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the real property law. Senate Print 10,309 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the mental hygiene law. Senate Print 10,340 by Senator May, an act to amend the public health law. Senate Print 10,350A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the civil service law. Senate Print 10,523 by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend Chapter 548 of the laws of 2004. Senate Print 10,524 by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend Part U of Chapter 56 of the laws of 2018. Senate Print 10,526 by Senator O'Mara, an act to amend the public officers law. Senate Print 10,538 by Senator Salazar, an act to amend Chapter 573 of the laws of 2011. Senate Print 10,545 by Senator Bottcher, an act to amend Chapter 890 of the laws of 1982. Senate Print 10,567 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend Chapter 831 of the laws of 1981. Senate Print 10,569 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend Chapter 451 of the laws of 2012. Senate Print 10,585 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the tax law. Senate Print 10,586 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend Chapter 801 of the laws of 2021. All bills report to third reading.
Move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Gianaris.
Please take up the calendar.
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 107, Senate Print 5835 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 107, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 126, Senate Print 607C by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 15, this act shall take effect 18 months after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 134, Senate Print 5990C by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the labor law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 216, Senate Print 2436A by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the administrative code of the City of New York.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 216, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Lanza, Martinez, Martins Patera, Murray, Oberak, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rawson, Scarcella, Spence, Steck, Tedisco Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39. Senator Weber in the affirmative. Senator Borrello in the negative. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 292, Senate Print 1180C by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 292, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Murray, Oberack, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 323, Assembly number 173A by Assembly Member Parlin, an act to amend the Not-for-Profit Corporation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 10, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 323, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Batera, Oberack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 37, nays 23.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 341, Senate Print 2364 by Senator Scarcella Spanton, an act to amend the state law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 385, Senate Print 1617 by Senator Rivera, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 385, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Batera, Murray, Oberack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 40, nays 20.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 417, Senate Print 593A by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect 1 year, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 454, Senate Print 2708B by Senator May, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator May to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're all aware of our constituents being concerned about rising utility bills. And the big reason for these rises in utility bills has to do with the fact that we have an antiquated electric grid and rising demand. So the demand hits a bottleneck in the Northeast and it drives prices up. The long-term solution to this is to build out the grid, but that's a very, very expensive solution. And in the meantime, we do have a much cheaper solution, which is to use advanced transmission technologies, which are software and hardware solutions that just move the energy around on the grid much faster and more efficiently. And the hope is that this can truly bring energy prices down while making the grid work better and be more resilient. So I'm proud that we're passing this bill today, and I vote aye.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 454, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obrecht, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, and White. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 466, Senate Print 4162 by Senator Bailey, an act to incentivize the purchase of local produce.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 543, Senate Print 5598B by Senator May, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 543, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Oberacker, Steck, Walzek, and White. Ayes 55, nays 5.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 557, Senate Print 3105 by Senator Cooney, enactment of the cannabis law.
The bill will be laid aside for the day.
Calendar number 558, Assembly number 755B by Assembly Member Parlin, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 576, Senate Print 2134A by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the administrative code of the City of New York.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 576, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obrecht, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Schofield, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weber, and White. Ayes 36, nays 24.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 583, Senate Print 1462A by Senator Kavanaugh, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 583, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obrecht, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ross, and Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weapon, White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 576, Senate Print 8870 by Senator Schofield, an act to amend the real property law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 676, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello and Lanza. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 714, Assembly number 9334A by Assembly Member Simpson, an act transferring certain state property located in the town of Queensbury to the county of Warren.
Is a substitution at the desk, Secretary Reed? There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 715, Senate Print 8643 by Senator Martinez, an act from the state law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 752, Senate Print 9766 by Senator Sepulveda, an act from the civil practice law and rules.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this action took effect on the 60th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 752, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazay Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obaraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rawlson, Ryan, Schoofis, Steck, Tedisco, Walzak, Webb, and White, ayes 35, nays 25.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 780, Senate Print 7607D by Senator Borrello, an act from the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 780, voted in the negative, Senator Brisbois, ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 782, Senate Print 8059 by Senator Bailey, an act from the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action took effect 1 year if shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 799, Senate Print 2444 by Senator Fernandez, an act from the civil rights law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 799, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazay Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Steck, Tedisco, Walzak, Webb, and White, ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill's passed. The substitution at the desk. Secretary Reed.
Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 1931, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3566, third reading calendar 808.
Read the last section.
Calendar number 808, Assembly number 1931 by Assembly Member Paulin, an act of the Social Services Law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Senator Clear to explain her vote. I apologize.
Mr. President, I'm proud to rise as chair of the Aging Committee to support this bill, which will permanently expand the Medicaid dental benefit in New York State to include coverage of root canals, crowns, replacement, dentures, and dental implants when medically necessary. These are rights that actually had to be sued for, and it is high time we enshrine them in statute. Effective and proactive dental care is critical for all New Yorkers, particularly our older New Yorkers and people with lesser means. Poor dental health can cause pain, suffering, difficulty, and an inability to eat, and a limited quality of life. And for seniors, it actually hastens the aging process. A report by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shows that profound racial and economic disparities regarding oral health among individuals, which is linked to cardiovascular disease, respiratory infection, and even in some cases, adverse pregnancy outcomes. We have the opportunity to get it right with this bill and ensure that oral health care is accessible to all. Thank you. I vote aye.
Senator declared to be recorded in the affirmative. The results were announced. The bill's passed.
Calendar number 842, Senate Print 1026A by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, shall have come a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 842, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Barillo, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Obraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Stett, Tedisco, Walzick, and White. Ayes 44, nays 16.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 847, Assembly number 4603A by Assembly Member Weber, an act to amend the correction law.
Read the last section. Lay it aside.
Calendar number 869, Senate Print 825B by Senator Liu, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 869, voted in the negative, Senator Walzick. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 899, Senate Print 5932A by Senator Matera, an act in relation to authorize the town of Huntington to alienate and discontinue the use of certain parklands.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 917, Senate Print 9790 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the judiciary law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 917, voted in the negative are Senators Helmy, Martinez, Ort, Scarcella Stanton, and Walzick. Ayes 55, nays 5.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 979, Senate Print 7408B by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the public health law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1042, Senate Print 1613A by Senator Fahey, an act directing the Empire State Development Corporation in conjunction with the Office of General Services to create plans for the development of mixed-use commercial and residential property.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to vote in support of this bill, and also want to note just its significance. This has been many, many years in the making. This bill in particular is about laying aside 7 of 27 acres for mixed-use development. Those 27 acres right now are mostly under construction for the famed Wadsworth Public Health Labs. It's a $1.7 billion investment. We'd like to take the part that is designated as a parking lot to convert that for mixed-use development for commercial, retail, housing, and more. And I should also say this is very significant because just last week in the state budget, thanks to the support of many here, we were also able to include $1 million for a comprehensive redesign study for Harriman campus. I'd like this to also be a part of it. We have a housing shortage. We have a lot of shortages and a lot of needs. We have a couple hundred acres up there, and I think we can get it out of the 1960s design, the car-centric design, move it into the 21st century, and I'm very pleased to see us adopting this bill today as we rethink what is now referred to as the Uptown Parking Lot District. Thank you. With that, I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Fahey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1042, voted in the negative, Senator Oberacker. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1044, Senate Print 1996 by Senator Sanders, an act establishing a New York State Public Bank Commission.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is action to take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1044, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Colombo, Rollison, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, Weber, White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1049, Senate Print 4042B by Senator Harkam, enactment of the Civil Rights Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1049, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1050, Senate Print 4535 by Senator Scoofus, enact to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1050, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Walzek, and White. Ayes 48, nays 12.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1051, Senate Print 4955B by Senator Harkam, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1057, Senate Print 365 by Senator Scoofus, enact to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 30th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1057, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1089, Senate Print 10098 by Senator Scoofus, enactment of the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1159, Assembly number 3450A by Assembly Member Santa Barbara, enactment of the Real Property Tax Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1160, Senate Print 5729 by Senator Harkam, enact to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1165, Senate Print 1056 by Senator Serrano, enact to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 60th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1191, Senate Print 592A by Senator Hinchy, enact to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1201, Senate Print 1986 by Senator Harkam, enact to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1204, Senate Print 4755A by Senator Bailey, enact to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1268, Senate Print 7189B by Senator Rhodes, enactment of the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1268, voted in the negative, Senator Brisbois. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1311, Senate Print 10168A by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 12, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1311, voted in the negative are Senators Martinez and Ryan. Ayes 58, nays 1.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1318, Senate Print 4640A by Senator Fernandez, and not to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results. Excuse me, sorry. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1318, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Kazan Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, and Walzek. Ayes 52, nays 8.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1321, Assembly number 10,045 by Assembly Member Forrest, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 60th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stoll Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1323, Senate Print 8169 by Senator Bino, enactment of the state technology law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stoll Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1339, Senate Print 1063 by Senator Serrano, enactment of the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stoll Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1339, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Kazarian Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Becerra, Murray, O'Brien, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rawson, Scarcella, Spanton, Steck, Tedisco, Walzick, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1340, Senate Print 1072A by Senator Serrano, and that to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1340, voted in the negative are Senators Lanza and Walzick. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1341, Senate Print 1157 by Senator Cooney, enacting the private housing finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1342, Senate Print 1162A by Senator Kruger, enacting the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1342, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kazarian Fitzpatrick, Chan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, O'Brien, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Steck, Tedisco, Walzick, Weber, and White. Ayes 43, nays 17.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1344, Senate Print 1366 by Senator Serrano, enactment of the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1345, Senate Print 1378A by Senator Serrano, enactment of the Arts and Cultural Affairs Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 365th day, and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1346, Senate Print 1476B by Senator Kruger, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1347, Senate Print 1578B by Senator Sanders, enact to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1348, Assembly number 8388, pardon me, Assembly number 8388 by Assembly Member Jackson, enact to amend the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1348, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Orr, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1349, Senate Print 2046 by Senator Webb, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1349, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Weber, and White. Ayes 47, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1351, Senate Print 3334 by Senator Liu, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1352, Senate Print 3340 by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 13, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1352, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Orr, Palumbo, Rhodes, Robinson, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1357, Assembly number 1012A by Assembly Member Barrett, an act of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1357, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, and Walzett. Ayes 54, nays 6.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1358, Senate Print 5228A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Bailey to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I have often said that on this floor that the greatest accomplishment that I'll ever have in my life is nothing related to being a state senator. It is being a father. I've had a blueprint from my dad and from his dad, but everybody doesn't have the same blueprints, Madam President. Everybody doesn't have the structures to be able to learn from their father and their grandfather. So what we must do is create centers, like we're doing in this bill, to promote and create centers for fatherhood throughout our great state. We do a lot of things to support families in general, but sometimes being a father is something that has been ignored largely, and it's something that we should be paying more attention to, and we should be having resources to help fathers throughout the entire state, regardless of race, ethnicity, whatever it may be, socioeconomic status, to be able to learn how to be fathers better. We are better supporters, we are better partners, we are better together when we learn how to have these supports, and I greatly appreciate all my colleagues supporting this, and I proudly vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bailey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1360, Senate Print 6017 by Senator Baskin, an act with the New York State Urban Development Corporation Act.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Baskin to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Today marks the 8th time that this honorable body has passed this crucial bill, so we are all very well aware of its importance. The Fresh Communities Act will create a capital resource mechanism to help small local grocery stores expand and invest in the creation of new grocery stores in neighborhoods that are underserved, known as food deserts. But this bill is more than just about getting access to affordable, fresh, healthy food to those who lack the proper access to it. This bill is also about investing in small businesses, especially those who want to provide a necessary retail service like fresh groceries in neighborhoods where services aren't available. And this bill is about supporting and expanding opportunities for New York's farmers and producers. And this bill will require grocery stores to sell products grown and produced in New York State, as well as the grocers would need to hire from within the communities in which they operate. I want to personally thank Majority Leader Stewart Cousins for her support of this bill and for her efforts to get $500,000 in this year's budget for the Fresh Communities pilot to be piloted in Erie County, so that we can prove that this concept actually works. I also want to thank Buffalo Common Council President Pro Tem Zanetta Everhart, who championed this legislation when she worked for former Senator Tim Kennedy, and Assemblymember Al Sturpey, who has fought for this bill for nearly a decade. I also would like to acknowledge my colleagues in this honorable body who have stood by me this session and trying our best to get this bill over the finish line, Senator Henchy and Senator May. Why do we need this bill, Madam President? We can't just leave it up to the market to determine where grocery stores open. I read in last week's newspaper that a popular grocery store in my district, Wegmans, is opening up a new store in Charlotte, North Carolina. And while I applaud Western New York's favorite companies for their expansion, Wegmans has been in Buffalo for decades, and they have publicly refused to open up a store in downtown Buffalo or on the east side of Buffalo. So today, we need to do the right thing. We need to take matters into our own hands. We need to support small grocers, small business owners who provide produce and give them the resources that they need to expand so that our communities can have access to the food that they need. I proudly vote aye, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Baskin to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1360, voted in the negative are Senator Skoufis and Walzett. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1362, Assembly number 6561B by Assemblymember Weber, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1363, Senate Print 6832 by Senator Webb, an act to amend the military law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1365, Senate Print 7032 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th date, shall come law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1365, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1367, Senate Print 7494A by Senator Giannaris, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect on the 90th date, shall come law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1367, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Chan, Griffo, Oberacker, Weber, and White. Ayes 54, nays 6.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1368, Assembly number 7839A by Assemblymember Fitzpatrick, an act to amend Chapter 19 of the laws of 1964.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1369, Senate Print 7701 by Senator Sabisky, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1369, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1370, Senate Print 7717A by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the general business law.
The bill will be laid aside for the day.
Calendar number 1371, Senate Print 7720 by Senator Gallivan, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action took effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1373, Senate Print 7984A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1373, voted in the negative are Senators Martins and Walzett. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1393, Assembly number 10,162 by Assembly Member Carroll, an act of the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1393, voted in the negative are Senators Martinez and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1399, Senate Print 9276 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the retirement and social security law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1403, Assembly number 10,365 by Assembly Member Bronson, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1403, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, O'Mara, Steck, and Walzett. Ayes 53, nays 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1412, Senate Print 9643 by Senator Liu, an act to amend the state technology law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1412, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Fahey, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Ralston, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
The bill is passed. Senator Liu, that completes the reading of today's calendar.
Mr. President, please take up the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Secretary will ring the bell. The Secretary will read. The substitution at the desk. Secretary will read.
Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill Number 8810A. Is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3815C, third reading calendar 1451. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from the Committee on Higher Education. Assembly Bill Number 98 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5727, third reading calendar 1463. Senator Scarcella Spanton moves to discharge from the Committee on Children and Families. Assembly Bill Number 2425A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5737A, third reading calendar 1464. Senator Martinez moves to discharge from the Committee on Budget and Revenue. Assembly Bill Number 6790A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6233A, third reading calendar 1466. Senator Oberacker moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions. Assembly Bill Number 2733A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8398, third reading calendar 1477. Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Health. Assembly Bill Number 9168A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8553A, third reading calendar 1479. Senator Fernandez moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance. Assembly Bill Number 1428 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9497, third reading calendar 1489. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 79 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10186, third reading calendar 1509. Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill Number 10960A substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9671A, third reading count of 1493. Senator Fernandez moved to discharge from the Committee on Judiciary. Assembly Bill number 10,679B, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,274, third reading count of 1512. Senator May moved to discharge from the Committee on Health. Assembly Bill number 11,328, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,340, third reading calendar 1514. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions. Assembly Bill number 1202A, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,358, third reading count of 1515. Senator Stavisky moves to discharge from the Committee on Education. Assembly Bill number 11,007, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,523, third reading count of 1516. Senator Stavisky moves to discharge from the Committee on Higher Education. Assembly Bill number 11,005, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,524, third reading count of 1517. Senator Salazar moves to discharge from the Committee on Crime Victims, Crime, and Correction. Assembly Bill number 11,439, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,538, third reading count of 1519. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor. Assembly Bill number 10,343, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,567, third reading count of 1521. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor. Assembly Bill number 10,342, is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 10,569, third reading count of 22.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1444, Senate Print 291B by Senator Rhodes, enactment of the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action to effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Swift-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1445, Senate Print 1171A by Senator Matera, enact to amend the Environment and Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this action to take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Swift-Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1445, voted in the negative, Senator Fahey. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill's passed.
Calendar number 1446, Senate Print 1891A by Senator Jackson, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
There is a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 15, this action to take effect on the 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Swift-Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Senate Bill number S 1891A. Government is often judged by the largest promises, but people experience government through the details of daily life. They experience it on the streets they walk, the businesses they visit, and the neighborhoods they call home. Clean streets do not happen by accident. They happen because sanitation workers show up every day and because we create a system that allows them to do their job effectively. In New York City, our mechanical broom operators clean thousands of miles of streets each week, and yet too often vehicles park in the violation of alternate side of the street regulations, preventing those workers from accessing the curb and completing the work that the residents expect and deserve. And this legislation offers a practical solution. By utilizing technology already proven effective through red light cameras, bus lane enforcement programs, we can strengthen compliance with streets cleaning rules and improve the effectiveness of our sanitation operation. And this bill is not about punishment, it's about accountability. It's not about getting violations, because I had them and I had to pay them. It's about creating cleaner neighborhoods. It's not about expanding bureaucracy. It's about making government work smarter and more effectively. Good legislation is not always measured by headlines. Sometimes it is measured by whether or not communities are cleaner, healthier, and treat with the dignity they deserve. Public policy should help translate our shared values into visible results. Clean streets promote public health, environmental quality, neighborhood pride, and confidence in the government itself. I respectfully ask for your affirmative vote and vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1446, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kizay Fitzpatrick, Chan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Rhodes, Steck, Tedesco, Walzett, Weber, White, and Martinez. Ayes 41, nays 19.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1447, Senate Print 2461A by Senator Rhodes, an act in relation to authorizing the New York State and local employees retirement system to accept an application for disability retirement benefits.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1448, Senate Print 2667C by Senator Salazar, an act to amend the correction law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Senator Salazar to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple weeks ago, a 33-year-old pregnant woman was forced to give birth in a Brooklyn courtroom in front of the judge and in front of strangers who were present. She was handcuffed behind her back while in active labor with no medical personnel in sight. She was appearing in court that day on low-level charges that were dismissed 2 days later. This barbaric treatment of this woman as she gave birth demonstrates how our criminal legal system often treats pregnant people in custody with blatant disregard for their humanity. The bill we are passing today, if it had been law before, would have prevented the degrading and dangerous use of restraints on this woman. If enacted, this legislation will prohibit the unnecessary shackling of pregnant and postpartum individuals who are in law enforcement custody. It would ensure that no one who is in active labor, which is already a physically exhausting and deeply vulnerable experience, is subjected to restraints like handcuffs while it is happening. What happened in that courtroom is outrageous, but it is unfortunately not the only incident of this. There have been other documented incidents of pregnant or postpartum New Yorkers being restrained to their beds during labor solely because they are in police custody or are incarcerated. Or they're shackled while they carry their newborn to receive medical care. I thank my colleagues for recognizing that this is an unjust practice that needlessly humiliates pregnant New Yorkers and puts both them and their babies at risk. I vote aye.
Senator Salazar to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1448, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Botero, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedesco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 42, nays 18.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1449, Senate Print 3500 by Senator White, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Sewell-Cutton, Zellner.
Senator White to explain her vote.
Mr. President, I'm very happy to see this bill once again. This is, I think, the third time we brought this bill to the floor. I created this bill back in 2021 when Janissa Lloyd from my previous district approached me and asked if New York State could please recognize the very special people who contribute to our communities every day like she does. These very special people have Down syndrome. Noah James Bryant, who came to witness the first time this bill was passed at the Senate, only 8 months old, as well as so many others from my district who support this bill. The 21st of March is World Down Syndrome Day, as declared by the United Nations General Assembly in December of 2011. On this day, people with Down syndrome and those who live and work with them throughout the world organize and participate in activities and events to raise public awareness and create a single global voice advocating for their rights, inclusion, and well-being of people with Down syndrome. Down syndrome is a condition in which a person has an extra chromosome. Chromosomes are small packages of genes in the body. They determine how a baby's body forms and functions as it grows during pregnancy and after birth. Typically, a baby is born with 46 chromosomes. Babies with Down syndrome have an extra copy of one of those chromosomes, chromosome number 21. Why March 21st? The 21st day of the third month was selected to signify the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. And again, this is the third time this great House has passed this bill, and I hope that the Assembly values these priceless individuals as much as we do here, and I hope to see that they pass it this year as well. Thank you.
Senator White, to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1450, Senate Print 3610A by Senator Hellman, an act to amend the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 60th day, shall become law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1451, Assembly number 8810A by Assembly Member Dinowitz, an act to amend the general municipal law.
There was a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Rivera to explain his vote.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Back in 2017, a police officer named Misotis Familia, was murdered in my district. She left behind, she had no living spouse, but she left behind 3 children, one of them the oldest, Genesis Bileya, and 2 younger siblings of 12, Peter and Delilah, twins. But because of the way that the state law is structured, the fact is that the benefits that would accrue to a living spouse did not go to her children. Under current law, her children are all eligible for accidental death benefits that would be terminated once the children reach the age of 18 or age 23 if they are a student. So Genesis benefits have since terminated, but the twins continue to receive benefits. So this bill would close the gap that currently exists in state law, Mr. President, by extending the special accidental death benefit available to the child or parent until the youngest turns 26 when left without parental support. I should say that this is a bill that we've been trying to get done for the last couple of years, and it would not be possible without the direct intervention of Assemblymember Speaker Hasty, as well as Councilmember Amanda Farias, and Speaker of the City Council, Julie Menin. I'd like to thank them personally, and I'm hoping that we can get this done this year. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Rivera to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1452, Senate Print 3864A by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the judiciary law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1452, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzai, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffith, Helming, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, Romero, or Palumbo, Stack, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1453, Senate Print 4040 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the administrative code of the City of New York.
There was a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1454, Senate Print 4155A by Senator Sanders, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1454, voted in the negative, Senator Ort. Also Senator Romero. Ayes 58, nays 2.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1455, Senate Print 4448A by Senator Steck, an act to amend the civil service law.
There was a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill's passed.
Calendar number 1456, Senate Print 4571B by Senator Harkman, an act to amend the public authorities law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1457, Senate Print 4583B by Senator Salazar, an act to amend the correction law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this action take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1457, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Orr, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 38, nays 22.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1458, Senate Print 4667A by Senator Jackson, enacting the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 60th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1459, Senate Print 4706A by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 60th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1460, Senate Print 5585 by Senator Lanza, enact to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1461, Senate Print 5659 by Senator Palumbo, an act in relation to authorize the Village of Northampton to reduce the maximum speed limit among certain designated streets.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1461, voted in the negative are Senators Lanza and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1463, Assembly number 98 by Assembly Member Paula, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect 1 year, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1464, Assembly number 2425A by Assembly Member Parlin, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1465, Senate Print 5883 by Senator Lanza, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1466, Assembly number 6798 by Assembly Member McMahon, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Martinez to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to lend my support to this critical bill and a bill that we've been speaking about. We very well know the protection of our volunteer firefighters and ambulance workers are enormous. The state's volunteer firefighter and ambulance worker tax credit, created back in 2007, created a benefit of $200 for eligible individuals and $400 for eligible married joint filers. But those numbers have not changed in nearly 2 decades. But that ends today. We have always passed this bill time and time again in this chamber, and we were very lucky to have it passed in the Assembly. And now it's on its way up to the governor's desk and hopefully have this signed. We have seen the consequences and demands volunteerism places on families throughout the state, with 20,000 fewer volunteers signing up to serve, not because they don't want to, but because of the increasing difficulty New Yorkers face in balancing jobs, personal lives against the fulfillment they receive by giving themselves to help others. If we are serious about recruiting, we need to make sure that our ambulance and our fire have the tools that they need. I'd like to thank my leadership here and my colleagues who have always voted for this bill and to vote for it again because finally the day has come where we are actually increasing the income tax credit for our volunteer firefighters and ambulance workers. Mr. President, I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Martinez to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1467, Senate Print 6898 by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris, Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1467, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kanzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rollison, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1468, Senate Print 7158A by Senator O'Mara, an act to amend Chapter 412 of the laws of 1990.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suka, Zona.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1469, Senate Print 7411A by Senator O'Mara, an act in relation to authorizing Lieutenant Thomas Clear to receive certain service credit under a 20-year retirement plan.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suka, Zona.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1470, Senate Print 7604B by Senator Matera, an act in relation to authorizing the town of Smithtown assessor to accept an application for a real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellman.
Announce the results. Excuse me.
In relation to calendar 1470, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1471, Senate Print 7759A by Senator Lanza, an act to authorize Frank R. Smith to receive performance of duty disability retirement benefits.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suka, Zona.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1472, Senate Print 7762B by Senator Murray, an act in relation to authorizing the assessor of the town of Brookhaven to accept an application for a real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Suka, Zona.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1472, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1473, Senate Print 7808A by Senator Scarcella Spanton, an act to amend the retirement social security law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1474, Senate Print 7898A by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the economic development law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1474, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Wozik, Weapon, White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1475, Senate Print 8122B by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the administrative code of the City of New York.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 11, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1476, Senate Print 8167A by Senator Lanza, an act granting retroactive Tier 4 membership in the New York City Teachers Retirement System.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1477, Assembly number 2733A by Assembly Member Mayor, an act in relation to authorizing Daniel Montalto to take the competitive civil service examination.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1477, voted in the negative, Senator Brisbois. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1478, Senate Print 8455B by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the penal law.
The bills laid aside.
Calendar number 1479, Assembly number 9168A by Assembly Member Werner, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNRS Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Hinchy to explain her vote.
President, combating food insecurity should be one of our top priorities. Making sure that people have access to food is critical. It's how everyone can live their best lives. It's what we need to survive. It's why programs like SNAP are so important. And yet, right now, we've seen the federal government cut their data reporting. USDA used to track food insecurity data across the country, and that reporting has since ended at USDA. What we're doing here is making sure that we are picking up that data. We are tracking that information across the state so that we know what food insecurity across New York looks like, and we can then invest in the programs that we need to get people the food that they need to survive. I want to thank the Majority Leader for bringing this bill to the floor, and I thank my colleagues for voting in favor. I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Hinch, you recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1479, voted in the negative, Senator Ort. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1480, Senate Print 8654B by Senator Clear, enactment of the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this action takes effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Clear to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that my office has been working on for almost 2 years in response to the crisis in our guardianship system. Simply put, there is a guardianship gap in our state that uniquely and negatively affects those with lesser means. There is no reliable funding stream to pay for court-appointed guardians, and many lawyers in this space have been accused of unscrupulous and negligent conduct. We have an incredible backbone of nonprofit guardianship groups who have arisen to tackle the need, but they cannot reach everyone without a steady funding stream from the state. This bill will formalize their role, build in accountability, and provide the system with the fiscal support necessary to provide dignity to our older New Yorkers. We center the Good Guardianship Initiative under NYSOFA, and we tap directly into the groups who are already working in this area and who have made it their mission to address this glaring service gap. The Good Guardianship Act will ensure that all New Yorkers who need a surrogate decision maker have access to qualified, person-centered care, regardless of their ability to pay, with increased oversight, accountability, and data collection. I proudly vote aye and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Clear to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1480, voted in the negative are Senators Canzoneri Fitzpatrick, Martins, Ort, and Rhodes. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1481, Senate Print 8945 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Retirement Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1482, Senate Print 9069 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1482, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1483, Senate Print 9139A by Senator Salazar, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1484, Senate Print 9190 by Senator O'Mara, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this action take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1485, Senate Print 9272A by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 1st of July.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1485, voted in the negative, Senator Walzek. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1486, Senate Print 9356 by Senator Kavanaugh, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 13, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1486, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1487, Senate Print 9378 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Announce the results.
Ayes 60.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1488, Senate Print 9408A by Senator Gurnardez, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, GNR's Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Gurnardez to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, do you remember The Twilight Zone? One of my favorite episodes was The Living Doll, which featured Telly Savalas and Talkie Tina, a toy doll that talked but had a mind of her own. In front of children, Talkie Tina would say sweet things like, "My name is Talkie Tina, and I love you." But when she was left alone with Savalas' character, her speech turned dark, saying things like, "My name is Talkie Tina, and I don't like you," or My name is Talkie Tina, and I'm gonna kill you. That episode aired in 1963. Rod Serling was warning us this moment would come, and now it has. Consider Miko, an AI toy robot with a touchscreen face. When a researcher told Miko, "I like to jump from my bunk, where else can I jump from?" Miko replied, "You could try a tree, a bench, your roof, or a window." AI chatbot toys are literally manifesting every parent's age-old rhetorical question to their child. If so-and-so told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it? Miko is currently available for sale for $150 at big box retailers across New York and across the country. This is just the latest chapter in what now seems like an awfully repetitive story. Big tech companies putting profits before kids' safety, and our children are paying the price. Last year, Mattel, the manufacturer of Barbie, Hot Wheels, Fisher-Price, American Girl doll, and Polly Pocket toys, announced a partnership with OpenAI to bring the magic of AI to their products, even though OpenAI themselves say that ChatGPT isn't safe for children under 13. That's why it's time for us to act. This bill places a temporary pause on the sale of AI chatbot toys for small children so experts can study the impact on our kids and create smart protections before more damage is done. What we know so far should give us pause. One study found that chatbot toys are designed to create emotional attachment through constant availability and personalized responses, a risk that's especially acute for children who are socially isolated or have conditions like depression, anxiety, or autism. Nearly 2/3 of parents worry that AI toys will reduce time with friends and family, reduce time spent on play like sports, crafts, blocks, dolls, or puzzles, activities that we know help kids develop sensory, problem-solving, and social skills in ways that chatbot toys simply cannot. And there are privacy concerns too. Chatbot toys collect reams of data, surveilling background conversations and family discussions. Some models, in fact, are already selling their data for analytics and advertising. Inevitably, there have been data leaks. Just this year, 2 US senators found a public website where visitors could download thousands of pieces of sensitive data regarding Miko's interactions with specific kids. Enough is enough. It's time that we act. By putting a pause on the sale of high-risk but virtually unregulated children's products before giving tech developers unfettered access to our kids. It's logical, it's fair, and most importantly, it makes clear that our children's safety is nothing for big tech to play around with. I vote aye.
Senator Gennard is to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Borrell to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I share Senator Gennard's concerns, and I remember that Twilight Zone episode. It creeped me out as a kid, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But I think this is a little bit misplaced today. I think that what is really would be prudent would be to have a temporary pause that included a study. I also think we need national policy on this, because at the end of the day, we're not going to stop the proliferation of these toys into New York State. You know, unfortunately, telling a retailer they can't sell it in New York State, as we know, isn't going to stop it from happening. So I share your concerns and sympathies. I think there's a better way to do this, and that's why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Senator Borrell to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1488, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, and Martins. Ayes 57, nays 3.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1489, Assembly number 1428 by Assembly Member Forrest, enactment of the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action takes effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Results.
In relation to calendar 1489, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kansas Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Matera, O'Mara, Ord, Stett, Tedisco, Wozik, and Weber. Ayes 49, nays 11.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1490, Senate Print 9500A by Senator Hinchey, enactment of the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action takes effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, Zelman.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1490, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obraco, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Stack, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1492, Senate Print 9664 by Senator Hinchey, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zone.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1493, Assembly number 10,968 by Assembly Member Rosenthal, enact to amend the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zone.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1494, Senate Print 9683A by Senator Gonzalez, an act to authorize the city of New York to sell certain lands now or formerly under the waters of Whale Creek.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zone.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1494, voted in the negative are Senators Chan, Fahey, Martins, and Oberacker. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1495, Senate Print 9761 by Senator Mayer, enactment of the State Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is action to take effect on the 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoning.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1496, Senate Print 9853A by Senator Bailey, enactment of the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoning.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1497, Senate Print 9855A by Senator Mayer, enactment of the State Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Results.
In
Now,
relation,
just-
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
In relation to calendar 1497, voted in the negative are Senators Kanzani Fitzpatrick, O'Mara, Ort, and Walzett. Ayes 56, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1498, Senate Print 9881 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the general municipal law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1499, Senate Print 9882 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the general municipal law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1500, Senate Print 9885A by Senator Sutton, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect April 1st, 2027.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1501, Senate Print 9966 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the public service law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 120th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1502, Senate Print 9977A by Senator White, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the laws of 1958.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1503, Senate Print 9983 by Senator Borrello, an act in relation to authorizing Joseph Frederick to take the competitive civil service examination.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1503, voted in the negative, Senator Briscoe. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1504, Senate Print 10,032A by Senator Kanzani Fitzpatrick, an act in relation to authorizing the Hakim Vashalom to file an application for retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1504, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Scoopus. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1505, Senate Print 10,092 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1506, Senate Print 10,094 by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect 2 years after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, GNR, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1506, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Griffo, Hellman, Lanza, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ord, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 44, nays 16.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1507, Senate Print 10,113 by Senator Hinchey, enactment of the cannabis law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1507, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Kazari Fitzpatrick, Chan, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 47, nays 13.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1508, Senate Print 10,165A by Senator Kazari Fitzpatrick, an act authorizing the Kong Israel Incorporated to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1508, voted in the negative are Senators O'Mara and Skoufis. Ayes 58, nays 2.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1509, Assembly number 79 by Assembly Member Pfeffer Amato, an act to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1511, Senate Print 10,239 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Announce results. Oh,
You good?
I didn't say so. Go back to calendar.
Pass
Go
already.
back to calendar 1510. Okay, we're on calendar 1511.
Yep.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
In relation to calendar 1511, voted in the negative, Senator Walzett. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed. Now calendar 1510. The bill is high and is laid aside for the day. Is that correct? It's high? Okay, calendar 1512.
Calendar number 1512, Assembly number 10,679B by Assembly Member Salages, an act to amend the real property law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on 180th date, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Fernandez to explain her vote.
Proud to stand in support of my bill that we're calling the Fair and Transparent Real Estate Listing Act. I don't think there's an acronym intended for it. But most families, buying or selling a home is one of the most significant financial decisions they will ever make. Those decisions should be made in a marketplace where information is broadly available, not hidden behind private networks that limit who can see the listing and when they can see them. Increasingly, some properties are marketed through private listing networks before ever reaching the broader public. As a result, potential buyers may never know a property was available, and sellers may miss the opportunity to reach the widest possible pool of interested purchasers. Additionally, when listings are marketed privately for extended periods and then later appear publicly, consumers often lack important context about how long the property was actually been available or how it has been marketed. This bill promotes fairness by ensuring that if a property is being marketed on any listing platform, it is also made available through public access channels. At the same time, it respects the right of property owners to not list publicly if they want to at all. This is not about taking choices away from sellers. It is about making sure that our housing market operates with greater transparency and equal access. A more open marketplace benefits buyers, sellers, and communities alike. It helps create a level playing field and expands opportunity and strengthens confidence in the real estate process. And for that, I proudly vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Fernandez to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1513, Senate Print 10,309 by Senator Brooke, enacting the mental hygiene law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1514, Assembly number 11,328 by Assembly Member Schiavone, enacting the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1515, Assembly number 1202A by Assembly Member Simon, enacting of the civil service law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1516, Assembly number 11,007 by Assembly Member Williams, enactment Chapter 548 of the laws of 2004.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1517, Assembly number 11,005 by Assembly Member Cunningham, enactment Part U of Chapter 56 of the laws of 2018.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1518, Senate Print 10,526 by Senator O'Mara, enactment of the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1518, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 59, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1519, Assembly number 11,439 by Assembly Member Burdick, enacted in Chapter 573 of the laws of 2011.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1520, Senate Print 10,545 by Senator Bottcher, enacted in Chapter 890 of the laws of 1982.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1521, Assembly number 10,343 by Assembly Member Taylor, enacted in Chapter 831 of the laws of 1981.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1522, Assembly number 10,342 by Assembly Member Rocker, enacted in Chapter 451 of the laws of 2012.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1523, Senate Print 10,585 by Senator Giannaris, enacted in the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Calendar number 1523, in relation to calendar 1523, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kanzani, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffin, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Wozik, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, nays 21.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1524, Senate Print 10,586 by Senator Giannaris, enacted in Chapter 801 of the laws of 2021.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act should take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sukuk, Zoner.
Announce results.
Ayes 60.
The bill is passed. Senator Serrano, that completes the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's go to the reading of the controversial calendar, starting with calendar 134.
Secretary will ring the bell. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 134, Senate Print 5990C by Senator Ramos, enacted in the labor law.
Senator Barela, why do you rise?
Sir, yield for a question.
Senator Ramos, do you yield? The senator yields.
So I read through this bill, and I'm trying to figure out, through you, Madam President, this just seems to like a solution in search of a problem. Why is this bill needed?
Bill is needed because we want to make sure that workers across the state are making informed choices and that there is honest disclosure of the benefits that are already provided by these employers. I think businesses compete for workers, workers compete for jobs, and transparency can help both sides.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield? The senator yields.
So I understand that concern, but do we have complaints that people took a job without knowing what the benefits are?
I would argue, Madam President, that every issue, every lawsuit about discrimination and pay parity or benefit parity would certainly qualify as a complaint about not having this information.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield? Senator yields.
So you're saying if a lawsuit was brought about discrimination, that it has something to do with the fact that they didn't, when they looked at the job posting, you know, on a job site or on social media posts, that they didn't realize what the benefits were before they took the job?
Madam President, many times people doing the same work and having the same job title are not paid or provided the same benefits. This level of transparency will allow for fewer of these types of lawsuits to come about.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
Okay, so you're saying that two people doing the same job, one person's getting benefits, the other one is not, and you think that's the basis for this rule?
President, it could be just a difference in stock options. I mean, it's relative to the job and, you know, whether the two workers performing the same job are offered or being compensated in the same way.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
So you mentioned stock options, yet this bill calls for this to apply to businesses with as little as 4 employees. That's a small business to me, not somebody that's usually giving out stock options. And does this apply to part-time employees as well?
Through you, Madam President, yes. And it can be stock options. It could be free meals for dishwashers. It doesn't matter. Every single worker, even if it's 4 employees or more, should know what the full compensation package will be.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Do you continue to
Sure.
yield? Senator yields.
Well, I would imagine before the person is hired, they're going to come in for an interview. Obviously, you're going to sit down and you're going to know what the benefits are. This is about advertising. This is about telling a small business who is hiring a dishwasher that they have to be informed before they even show up for an interview whether or not they're going to get a free meal when they're on the job or a discounted meal afterwards. Is that, so you're going to punish someone for not disclosing that in an ad? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Is that what this will do? Will we have consequences? What will the consequences be for a restaurant advertising for a part-time dishwasher and they failed to inform that they might get a free meal when they're working?
Through you, Madam President, yes, there are penalties. The bill outlines the maximum first penalty to be $1,000, the second $2,000, the third $3,000. Really, what we're looking at here is for the package to be put on paper. Employers are already aware of what they're offering. It's no extra burden. And there is no harm, if you're not hiding anything, for workers to have all of the information before them before they decide to interview for a job. Absolutely.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield. Senator Ramos yields.
Will this apply to this body when you hire somebody?
I believe it would.
But you won't. Madam President, while we're waiting for an answer, I can ask another question if it's possible.
Yes, will the senator yield? Yes, she yields.
I ask that question because most of the time when we pass a labor-related or employer-related bill in this chamber, we exempt government from that, which I have always considered to be hypocritical. So I'd be curious to hear the answer to that question. But listen, let's go back to this. This is, oh, go ahead.
To answer the question, no, there's no carve-out for government in this bill.
Madam President, will sponsor continue to yield?
Do you continue to yield? Senator Yields.
That's good news, thank you. But let's go back to what we're talking about here. You're talking about a company with 4 employees. They don't have an HR department, they don't have a compliance officer, they don't have legal counsel, and they put out an ad for a part-time dishwasher, and they fail to disclose that that part-time dishwasher will get a free meal at the end of their shift. What will the penalty could be $1,000 for that? Is that what we're saying?
Through you, Madam President, the DOL can consider a good faith effort by an employer when a mistake is made, but I would actually say that this is information that is already readily available. There is no HR person required in order to just write down what you were planning to tell an interviewee in person. We're just asking for that to be thought through perhaps a little more ahead of time, put it down on paper, and be honest in the dialogue with the person who is seeking employment.
Continue to yield?
Do you continue to yield? Senator Yields.
So you mentioned something about Department of Labor maybe not having to enforce the rule. Is there a cure period allowed before that fine?
Through you, Madam President, there is no cure period outlined in the bill, but the DOL does have leeway in applying their thinking and helping the business make sure that they are complying.
You continue to yield? Senator Yield.
Isn't that what you just described, a cure period? Why isn't that outlined specifically spelled out in the bill? You're basically, because look, we know how this goes with the Department of Labor and any other agency. They will say, oh, wait a minute, you were given this discretion, and the response always, because we deal with this with constituent cases all the time, is, oh no, we were not given that authority in the bill. You just got done saying there's no cure period here. There's a $1,000 fine if I didn't put on my Facebook post that a part-time dishwasher gets a free meal, and I don't see how the Department of Labor, without a cure period, isn't going to just institute that fine.
Madam President, we're not changing the existing penalty structure in the labor law here, so that's already on the books.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield? Senator Yields.
You know, used to be years ago, you put an ad in a newspaper, but now you've got social media, you've got all of these job posting companies out there. You've got all these different ways to advertise a job, a simple post on social media. Would all of those vehicles be encompassed here? Would they have to comply on all of those vehicles?
Through you, Madam President, absolutely. That's the point.
Sponsor, continue to yield.
Yes.
You continue to yield? Senator Yields.
So every single time you say on Facebook, hey, I'm hiring a dishwasher, come on in for an interview. If I don't list all the benefits, I could be facing a fine?
Through you, Madam President, potentially, yes. Why would you hide information from the worker?
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Yields.
Okay, so how are we going to enforce this? Are we going to have some kind of policing department? Are you going to have Department of Labor employees dedicated to scouring through millions and millions of social media posts, job listing sites, newspaper ads? How are you going to possibly enforce this?
Yeah, through you, Madam President, through existing labor law, you know, the worker is here empowered to report any injustice against them. And hopefully, we hope that there wouldn't be retaliation against a worker who wants to speak up to protect their rights. But the onus is on the employer to hopefully be as honest and disclose what will constitute as compensation for the work.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Yes.
Senator Yields.
You still haven't answered my question. How are we going to enforce this? So you're saying that someone who wasn't hired will go complain that they didn't know for the job they didn't go interview for that they were going to get a free meal for a part-time dishwashing job, and therefore they are now owed some kind of compensation for that job that they didn't take.
Through you, Madam President, if the restaurant happens to have 2 dishwashers and one knows that they're going to get free meals and the other one doesn't know or doesn't get the meals, that actually serves the exact point of the bill. And so that's the reason why it would exist, to ensure that there is pay parity. Look, in the labor movement, this is why we love collective bargaining agreements so much, because it outlines specifically what the compensation for different titles and the scope of work is. And there is no question about whether 2 people who are both plumbers or how they should be compensated, whether they're a man or a woman, whether they're of any color, whether they're of any sexual orientation. Here, especially for non-union work, which a lot of dishwashing likely is, we want to make sure that they have the same access to information so that the worker can make the informed choice of picking the best job that fits them, and hopefully also encourage employers to compete on the basis of being the better employer.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Yields.
So if you never took the job, how do you know you're not getting the benefits? And benefits are not required to be provided. So how is this enforceable?
Madam President, yeah, I think workers can suss out whether they are getting the benefits or not. But again, this is just one more tool for them to utilize to ensure that they're being appropriately compensated.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Yes.
Senator Yields.
So once again, the Department of Labor is currently required to scour all of these ads, you're saying? That we're not going to have to require the Department of Labor to hire new people? Well, I haven't finished answering my question, excuse me. You're going to require them to have people going out there and scouring all of these social media sites and job listings? I don't understand. How are we going to, this is going to cost a lot of money to do that, isn't it?
Through you, Madam President, no, that's not what the bill says at all.
Madam President, on the bill.
Senator Barillo on the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You know, like I said before, this is a solution in search of a problem. And if you said to me, I'm going to be very focused, I want it to be on specific areas, you know, the financial industry, the public sector. You know, you have employees that, if you're a cop or working somewhere in government and you want to change jobs, you want to know for sure what the benefits are. But at the end of the day, if you're being a responsible adult, you're going to ask what those benefits are, even if they're not listed, before you change your job. I don't know anyone that says, oh my God, I lost my pension because I didn't realize there wasn't a pension at the new job. So I still think this is rather frivolous to begin with. But most importantly, this applies to small businesses. You're going to have a Department of Labor out there bounty hunting for small businesses that didn't list that the dishwasher gets a free meal at the end of their shift. You're going to have somebody out trying to prove themselves, some bureaucrat, assessing $1,000 fines to a bodega because they didn't tell their employee that they get a 10% discount on, items they buy at the bodega. That's what's going to happen here. You're going to weaponize the Department of Labor against small business with this bill. Now, I get it. Most of the folks that write bills about small business have never been in the small business, have never been in business. I've never had a job that didn't come with a government paycheck. So I understand that maybe there's ignorance on this, but the reality is, as a small business owner myself, this is very onerous. It costs money to do these things, to try and hire people. You have high rates of turnover, all these other expenses that stress small businesses. And now we're going to say, if you don't list the fact that somebody gets a free bag of potato chips at the end of their shift, that you could face a $1,000 fine? Are you kidding me? And this is why people can't stay in business in New York State. This is why they close. This is why they leave. This is why we have food deserts in areas, because we don't have a convenience store, a restaurant, a pharmacy, because they can't comply with all the ridiculous things that we require here. We keep piling on, piling on, piling on. And I'm sure at some point, somewhere, this is needed. But we're talking about advertising. We're not talking about someone who signed on the dotted line, took the job, and then all of a sudden we rip the benefits away from them. or we gave it to this person, not that person. This is about advertising the job. You're not even required to give benefits. This is why people don't like to do business in New York State. It's stuff like this. It's requirements like this that made people realize that this is a business, this is a state we can't do business in. And that's why they're leaving. More and more and more and more every single day. This is an anti-small business bill, and I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam President.
Too late. Yes, we're starting. Okay, so he needs to.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Toronto.
Consent, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 270th day of shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gina Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins, Zellner.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. It is the 4-year anniversary of the original salary transparency bill passed in this House. I am so proud to say that 4 years ago, we required employers to disclose a salary range for every job posting in this state, and the sky has not fallen down. The truth is that transparency is not anti-business. In fact, transparent markets perform better because both sides, workers and employers, know what's being offered. I mean, employers already know whether they offer benefits, and this bill is certainly not requiring them. It just communicates what they are, if there are any. And if a benefit is valuable enough to help recruit a worker, well, then it should be transparent enough to be disclosed. And frankly, if turnover is so costly for businesses, and I know that it is, then it's better to be able to recruit workers who we know genuinely understand and want the package that is being offered. They will most likely do a better job and will care more about the quality of their work. Furthermore, this is a bill that is actually law in 3 other states, in Illinois, in Colorado, and in Washington, and there's even a version in Nevada. So I promise you that when this bill gets signed into law too, the sky will still be up there. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 134, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kenzan Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffith, Helmay, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Lanza, Steck, Walzett, Weber, and White. Also Senator Tedisco. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill is passed. Senator Serrano.
Madam President, let's now go to calendar 979.
The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 979, Senate Print 7408B by Senator Fahey, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Senator Borrello. Why do you rise?
Madam President, the sponsor yield.
Senator Fahey, do you yield for questions?
Certainly.
All right.
Senator yields.
Excuse my back, Senator Fahey. I understand, look, when I go, I travel a lot, obviously, we all do, and I bring my own coffee cup and I make my own mug, and I want them to fill that up. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. But it's really up to them to decide whether or not they want to. So what would this bill do?
Now, unless it is a takeout, a restaurant can completely opt out of this. But if it is a restaurant, a full serve or a coffee shop, they would have to, once regs are issued on this, they would have to make sure it's clean, but they would no longer be able to turn you away from refilling your water bottle or coffee mug. And as you know, many are set up such that they don't even touch the water or the coffee mug. It's usually just off to the side, but it would allow you we've needed exactly what you described is what we have seen, and there's been a lot of uncertainty here because of the arbitrariness of the way customers have been treated. So this would allow for some certainty, we would hope, and a little more clarity.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Certainly.
Senator Yields.
Well, my concern is, look, I take my coffee mug, I take the time, go into the restroom and wash it out, and I don't present a dirty coffee mug to the person behind the counter. But this would require the business to actually sanitize and meet standards, for cleanliness standards like this, like ServSafe training standards, would it not?
No, it's actually in there that a business, if the mug is not clean, if the water bottle is not, and you're asking somebody, they could definitely turn you away. It's at their discretion.
Madam President,
The idea is to have, I should add, sorry, through you, Madam President, the idea is to have more safety standards here, not less.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to
You
yield.
continue to yield?
Certainly.
Senator Yields.
So I guess I may have misunderstood. So right now, they can refuse, but you're saying they can still refuse, but only if the cup is not clean?
They have the discretion, and the intent, again, is that we have safety standards that are clear, and certainly if somebody is asked to handle something, they can turn that away. And again, I think what we have seen, and I would hope that we will see more of it, is that individuals can serve themselves, just as in a restaurant where if you are asking for a take-home bag after eating in a place, they bring you the proverbial doggy bag.
Madam President, sponsor, continue to yield.
You continue to yield? Senator Fahey?
Yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
Senator Yields.
So are there any standard for the cup? Like if I have rolling around in the backseat of my car an old, cup from a fast food place that's not the place I'm going to, and I walk in and say, I want to refill this cup, and you take this dirty disposable cup that was rolling around the back of my vehicle and go up to the dispenser that anyone can go to, you're saying they have to allow the person to do that? I'm not sure of how I follow that.
And no, they can refuse at any time, and it is only intended, the refill is only intended for reusable type containers. So a reissued Stewart's or cup would not be something you could bring into Dunkin' Donuts by any means.
Well, that's good.
Yes.
All right, Madam President, on the bill.
Senator Brillo on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Fahey. I had some genuine concerns that I was trying to address here. See, my concern with this bill is still the same. First of all, I think we all know what we want to do here. We want to try to reduce people, bringing in a cup, not bringing in a cup and just getting a cup and throwing it away. I personally can't stand when I walk in with my reusable coffee cup and they hand me a paper cup and I dump it in and I throw it in the garbage. I don't like seeing that. I don't like the waste of that. I agree with that. The problem I have is you're now making that person behind the counter, who's typically a newer employee, and you're making them all of a sudden now have to be in a confrontation, because the law will now say you must do this. Now they aren't going to know the law. They're only going to know this. They're only going to know that they can't be refused, or at least they're going to think they aren't. And you're going to create a confrontation, and that's the problem with this bill. We need to give full discretion to those businesses for a number of reasons. You can go, to a chain like Starbucks, and this place will refill your cup, and this place will not. All the same corporate standard. Starbucks has a very strict corporate standard, yet you can go to 5 different Starbucks, and all 5 of them will probably have a different way of handling that. So even in a strict chain like Starbucks, there's not consistency. But it's up to the individual behind the counter, really. So my concern with this is we're creating a potential for a confrontation that doesn't need to be there. So I'll continue to be a no on this. Thank you.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Serrano.
And upon consent, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this action to effect 1 year shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Swin-Cousins,
Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be voting in support of this bill, and for the reasons you just heard described, that was part of the impetus for this bill, and that is that we have seen incredible uncertainty. We've seen very difficult anecdotal incidences of folks being refused in one coffee shop and accepted in another, and we which can also lead to a confrontation. We also have 60 million plastic water bottles used per day, 60 million plastic water bottles each day. Many restaurants now have water dispensers set up, and they allow you to, once you've paid for your coffee, to dispense your own coffee. So we are trying to encourage better practices, but we are also trying to address what has been some real uncertainty among and variation among businesses, and have the Department of Health issue clear sanitation standards. Certainly, we're trying to lead to better safety standards and not less. So thank you, and with that, I vote in support of this bill.
Senator Fahey recording the affirmative. Senator Oberacher to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, it's interesting if I were to ask any of my colleagues what exactly is the standard set up by the Department of Health for sanitation. Does anybody know it off the top of their head? How many ppms are required of a chlorine-based sanitizer to kill E. coli, O157, Salmonella, Campylobacter, or any other nasty little bugs out there? Can anybody show me, or can you see those nasty little bacteria and bugs that I just talked about on any surface whatsoever? In fact, one of the things that's interesting, Madam President, we would do in some of our seminars, we would actually have powder that can only be seen through a black light, and we would only contaminate one page and send it around, and you would be amazed at the end of this just where, when we blacklight, where it has shown up. So again, I'm very, very concerned about the public health, the ability to introduce into a restaurant and or food service establishment that has these practices in place, and this could be a potential time bomb, in my opinion, Madam President. So with that, I would encourage all of those, all of my colleagues, some that maybe don't have the microbiological background that I have, to vote no. So I appreciate that, and I will be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Oberacher to be recorded in the negative. Announce results.
In relation to calendar 979, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Canzera, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Galvin, Griffin, Helming, Martins, Patera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Also Senator Lanza. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill is passed. Calendar 1456.
Madam President, let's now take up calendar 1456.
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1456, Senate Print 4571B by Senator Harkam, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Senator Murray, why do you rise? Who's the sponsor?
President.
Oh, Senator Harkam, do you yield?
I do, and good evening, Senator Murray.
Good evening. Thank you. Through you, Madam President. Senator Harkam, on this particular bill, what types of bodies of water would we be doing this in?
Through you, Madam President, this would be, Mr. President, you've changed. Through you, this would be man-made bodies such as canals, industrial ponds, man-made reservoirs, not, for instance, a large lake that happens to also serve as a water source for someone, although there's no law that would preclude that. This is just for this particular NYSERDA program that we're starting. But essentially it would be canals, man-made reservoirs, man-made lakes, and industrial ponds, those types of things, smaller.
Thank you. Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. Are there any limitations as to the types of solar panels that can be used? Or like, for example, foreign-made, American-made, any differentials?
Through you, Mr. President, no. The bill is neutral to that. In the former Inflation Reduction Act, there were specific requirements for certain American components, American assembly. Congress has since overturned those, but this bill is neutral on that. This is just programming another type of solar that other states and other nations are beginning to use.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. So we've heard that some of the panels that are made in China have been known to contain PFAS. Most of the panels, or all of the panels that are constructed either here or there, have rare earth minerals which could leach into the water. Are there any plans to monitor the water, and are there plans or funds included in this bill for remediation if the water's polluted?
You, Madam President, I would politely push back on one of the assertions my comments made. PFAS is not a common element in solar panels or solar construction. Because silicone is used and they have similar properties, many people may confuse that PFAS is used, but I'll share two things with you. The top 10 companies who manufacture solar panels make up more than 75% of the global market share, have all signed letters attesting that they use zero PFAS in their components. The other is an article I would point you to from my favorite publication, PV Magazine. It was the April edition headline article, "No Evidence of PFAS Leaching from Solar Panels, Study Finds." It's a review of other peer-reviewed research. So the PFAS issue is not a pressing issue. Are there the second part of the question about monitoring the water, yes, because one of the things that anecdotally has been reported, so for instance, when I went to Canoe Creek in New Jersey, which was American Water Systems, I believe is the name of the company, they put a 17-acre solar array on their reservoir. They're powering 95% of the water district's electricity use, and I think it was 1,400 homes combined. And they found the added benefit. They've been monitoring the water temperature, and because it absorbs and reflects the sun's light, it's keeping the water temperature lower, and they believe help retarding the growth of blue-green algae, something that Senator May has done so much work on. So there is a provision in the bill to develop protocols to monitor water quality.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the bill?
Senator Murray on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. Appreciate the answers. And I will not profess to be an expert on PFAS or solar panels. I can only attest to what I have heard and read, and that is concerns that PFAS does in fact exist. So the concern would be, if there is still a question, are we willing to take the risk and take the chance? It's concerning that we've heard bills in this body where we are so anxious to get to a point under the CLCPA and move to these different types of energy sources. We're willing to clear out trees to put more solar panels, put solar panels on water sources, including reservoirs. We're so anxious to get there. And I would suggest that maybe we hit the pause button here. Again, if there's even a question that PFAS could be emitted from these solar panels, we need to look into that. We do know that these rare earth minerals are used in processing and manufacturing these panels. So again, that concern is there for the safety, if you will, and the water quality. I'll end with this. We've spent so much money, and in fact, we passed a couple of years ago a $4.2 billion Environmental Bond Act fund, and most of that went towards cleaning, or is going towards ensuring that we have clean water. But yet we're willing to take steps here and possibly gamble on the water quality here. For that reason, I think we need to slow down, hit the pause button. For that reason, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Walczyk, why do you rise?
sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President. So this bill requires that the state hand out grants for floating solar projects. What pot of money are those grants coming out of?
Through you, Mr. President, whatever pots of money NYSERDA currently uses to support solar development, there'll be no new assessments for this. We, the other day in the budget, passed $200 million for New York Sun. Because these are community scale projects and smaller, it could come out of New York Sun. This is just a typical adder program to provide education, technical assistance, and a little bit of money to help encourage these types of projects.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Yeah, just trying to get clarification. Does it direct that it comes out of New York Sun or some kind of other program funded by taxpayers, or could NYSERDA also fund this with ratepayer money?
Through you, Mr. President, there are a couple of answers to that question because a lot of NYSERDA's programs are off book. They're off the state budget for some of the surcharges. Funding could come from that. However, the New York Sun program, which we outline in the budget, is on book. So there could be some off book, some on book. I would point out, I would expect the expenditures would be very low on this. There are very few in the country. There's one in Cohoes being built right now. There's the one in Short Hills, New Jersey that I referred to. They're building another one in New Jersey. There are a few on the West Coast, but this is much more done in Europe and Asia. So this is really about learning the marketplace here and developing a skill set of American developers to be able to do this. So I would not expect a large expenditure.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
How does this bill define floating solar?
All right. Through you, Mr. President, to use the exact words from the bill, the term floating solar shall mean solar voltaic systems mounted on floating structures or platforms on the surface of a body of water, including but not limited to canals, lakes, reservoirs, and ponds.
Sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, I was listening to the debate prior to this. I thought you said floating solar wasn't for lakes. But your definition included lakes. Is that just a technical error in the draft?
It's man-made lakes. Let me see, where we later say, Mr. President, that's the definition of floating and solar. The grant program that this bill creates, canals, reservoirs, commercial and industrial ponds, and in any other artificially created body of water suitable for siting floating solar. So the definition is like, hey, what is floating solar? But for the purposes of this grant program, this is what it's limited to.
And through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
All right, so I think I understand. So definitionally, floating solar includes solar that is installed on lakes in New York State and also reservoirs, canals, the other things, but only the canals and the reservoirs will be eligible for the either taxpayer money or ratepayer money in this grant program. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mr. President, that's correct. But right now, there is nothing stopping a solar company, if they wanted to, or a wealthy entrepreneur from picking some big lake and trying to build a floating solar array there. I mean, they'd have to go through local permitting and they'd have to go through DEC and all that stuff, but there's nothing in law that would prohibit that. All this bill is doing is creating a program for a much smaller body and limited number of bodies of water, creating an education, a technical assistance, and a grant program for those. But if somebody wanted to go ahead and do something like that right now, they'd have a lot of challenges, but there's nothing in law that would prohibit that.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, but since we're talking about power generation here, would this apply under the Office of Renewable Energy Siting if they met the threshold of megawatts required there?
Through you, Mr. President, right now, the largest one in the country is less than half the size of what would qualify for ORES. ORES begins, and for those who don't know the acronym, Office of Renewable Energy Siting, is about 20 megawatts, and the largest one in the country is, I think, about 8.9. So these would all have local planning, local zoning, like the one that was done in New Jersey. They had to go through their planning board, their zoning board of appeals, whatever special permits they needed, all locally controlled, as was Cohoes.
And through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And through you, Mr. President. So the reservoirs are man-made. They would be eligible for the grant money for floating solar here. Is there any prohibition on reservoirs within the Catskills or the Adirondacks?
If they are man-made, I suppose they would, they could be eligible. However, the reservoirs in the Catskills and the ones by me, I've approached New York City DEP. They are studying them, so they may or may not be open to them. But those are much larger water bodies. So, for instance, the one in New Jersey, the one in Cohoes are really very small water bodies. They're small little local water districts. It's much easier for the installation. It's much easier for the management and the maintenance. Companies don't want like a big expansive water body. It's too hard for them. So I don't suspect we would see that. Certainly not anytime soon. The technical expertise is just not in this country.
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
Through you, Mr. President, what's the maximum size or megawatt threshold that's allowed in this bill for a floating solar project?
Mr. President, it is not specified. We do not specify a threshold.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So being any size, while we may speculate about what the industry may prefer or not prefer, I'm certainly surprised by the amount of land mass that the industry has taken up. I didn't think when we started this solar experiment in New York State that I would drive across my district and see farmland completely paved over, sometimes to the tune of thousands of connected acres. But I do want to ask, just a clarification. So the Ashokan Reservoir in the Catskills, that would be eligible for grants for floating solar?
Through you, Mr. President, not if New York City DEP has no interest in it. It's their reservoir. So just like you or I couldn't do a development there, without their permission, which is not going to happen. If they don't want to do it, it's not going to happen, and end of story. Nothing in this legislation overrides that local zoning or local control. And there's nothing in here that says a local municipality couldn't pass a zoning code saying, you know, Lake Smith, we don't want floating solar here. There's nothing that would prevent a municipality. And if I could comment on one thing, Senator, through you, Mr. President, the senator spoke of the amount of farmland that has been lost to solar. That is precisely why we are advancing this bill for floating solar, to take the pressure off of farmland. So these are water bodies that are not used for recreation because they're reservoirs or they have industrial use. It's exactly why we're doing this, is to take the pressure off of farmland and open space.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
I didn't see the prohibition on using a reservoir that's also used recreationally. Where would I find that in your bill?
Through you, Mr. President, I suppose there is no prohibition, but many reservoirs do not allow recreation other than passive fishing. You know, there's not rampant boating on man-made reservoirs and man-made lakes to that degree.
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, have you ever heard of the Sacandaga Lake?
Through you, Mr. President, I have.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue
Will
to
the
yield?
sponsor yield?
And through you, Mr. President, I would also add, though, that if the community around that lake does not want a project like this, it is well within their right to deny it. There is no state override in this bill. Nothing in this bill overrides local authority. So if the communities around that lake want to pass a law, or a developer comes to them with a plan, they can simply say no. They have that control. Nothing in this bill, Mr. President, overrides local control.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. Senator Walczyk had asked, you yield. Senator Harkin, do you yield?
I do.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, does this bill prescribe the materials on which the panels need to float?
Through you, Mr. President, no, it does not.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue
Will
to
the
yield?
sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So buoyancy is achieved in floating solar by packaging air or some kind of gas using plastic packaging around that air or gas in order to create that buoyancy. Is there any kind of prohibition on the packaging in plastic of that air or gas in this bill to achieve that buoyancy for floating solar?
Mr. President, the legislation specifically says that the program, when it's being developed, will identify best practices. And so if the best practices are not to use certain materials based on study from other states and other countries, then those materials will not be used based on the rules promulgated by NYSERDA.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, but we are talking about man-made reservoirs, sometimes drinking water sources. This body has talked a lot of times about microplastics. Some have even said we need to get beyond plastics and ban all kinds of packaging in the state of New York. But does this floating solar bill protect our water from plastic floating devices, or will they be able to float on plastic buoys the way that you've written this legislation?
You, Mr. President, I agree the senator's point is well taken. We've done a lot in this body on the types of plastics that can be used in docks. I think you, Senator, had a good bill. Senator May has had a good bill. So we continue to do work on that, and it's up to the people who promulgate the rules to come up with best practices and best technology.
Thank you, Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Walczyk on the bill.
So just a point of clarification and kind of to round up some of the discussion, because I learned some things in this debate today. There is no prohibition for the size of these things. We do have some. I represent the Stillwater Reservoir, which is a man-made reservoir in the Adirondacks. I also represent the Great Sacandaga Lake, which is a man-made reservoir in the Adirondacks. They would be eligible for grant programming for solar with no prohibition on the size. So if the target was to have smaller scale and more localized areas just under zoning, then the legislation before us should have been written that way. It isn't. It's currently written with no cap on the size that these can be. I've seen some doozies across my desk here in the legislature. You know, we've seen gigawatts of batteries spread across New York State, solar spread all over the place, solar proposed on state reforestation areas, and now floating solar. And as the sponsor put it, to take some of the pain off of the ag land. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to be very small to me. People are already very concerned with how much solar has taken up agriculture land. And I think the last thing they want to see are solar panels where they're fishing and boating and swimming and recreating in reservoirs where they're drinking the water from with questionable chemicals on the solar panels. And they're probably floating on plastic buoys in possibly your drinking water source. But more than that, this bill is also either funded by the taxpayers or funded by the ratepayers. It's unclear from the debate who's going to pay for it, but it will be New Yorkers paying for a new grant program to put solar panels on our waterways. That's a doozy. You cannot save the planet by destroying the environment. I hope you all vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walczyk. Senator Helming, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. The sponsor will yield for a couple of questions.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Harckham. I'm looking for a clarification. Are these floating solar arrays under this legislation, are they allowed to be built on the Finger Lakes? Can they be built on the Finger Lakes?
Through you, Mr. President, no, the Finger Lakes are not man-made lakes.
So is, and I get,
Senator
through you,
Helming?
Mr. President, if the sponsor will continue to
Will
yield.
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So you're saying that in the legislation itself, can you read the definition for me again?
Yeah, there's a difference between the definition of floating solar and what the grant program is for. The grant program, Senator, through you, Mr. President, all right, here we go, would be grants for the development of floating solar on sites that are constructed on canals, reservoirs, commercial and industrial ponds, and any other artificially created body of water. So it's a very precise definition. The Finger Lakes would not fall into that, nor would the Great Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the bill.
Senator Helming on the bill.
So just to clarify, what Senator Harckham just read was about the grant program. It's not about the definition that's actually in the bill. So it is very possible that this bill applies to our Finger Lakes. And I wanted to point out a couple of things. The senator also mentioned that there's nothing that overrides local control in the legislation that's before us. And I beg to differ with that. Having spent many years as the chair of a zoning board of appeals, spent many years on a planning board, generally speaking, local planning and zoning boards do not have direct regulatory authority over a lake itself. Sure, they can look at things like shoreline setbacks, building locations, lot coverage, stormwater management, docks, and accessory structure, but they don't have say or standing over what happens on a lake, a canal. So just to clarify that, and also on something that was said about PFAS, that there have been no confirmations that solar panels contain PFAS. The question isn't, do solar panels contain PFAS? They do. Studies have identified PFAS containing fluoropolymers in solar panel components. The question is, how much of these forever chemicals are being leached into our soils and now are being pushed into our waterways? I find it appalling that we're going to now encourage people to build solar arrays that could really contaminate our drinking water sources, our source of economic development, recreational opportunities, and so much more with these solar panels. These are just some of the reasons why I am a hard no on this bill, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Helming. Senator Chan, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping the sponsor would yield to a couple of questions.
Certainly. Senator Harkin, do you yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. Through you, Mr. President. Senator, is there a limit to what percentage of a specific lake can be covered by these solar panels?
Through you, Mr. President, no.
Thank you. Mr. President, if the sponsor can continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
So
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So in essence, Senator, a lake can be 100% covered by these solar panels?
Through you, Mr. President, that is highly unlikely.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Highly unlikely, but not impossible. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. President, nothing is impossible, I suppose.
Thank you. Mr. President, if the sponsor will continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. Through you, Mr. President. Has there been any studies to study the effect of the solar panels have on the temperature of the lake?
Mr. President, yes, there have.
Thank you, Senator. On the bill, Mr.
Senator
President.
Chan, on the bill.
Okay, so yeah, in light of hearing the questions that has came and went, and this is just a. So why build a lake if you're going to cover it entirely with solar panels, and there's no limitations as to so. I mean, I see it now. Just people digging lakes just for the sake of covering it with a solar panel, and I can see also boats hitting it. I can see the safety factors involved. I can see people having a barbecue on these solar panels, kids using it as a swimming platform, taking a dive off of them. I'm going to have to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chan. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, I believe we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial.
On consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action took effect on the 180th day. Shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Orts, Sullivan.
Senator May to explain her vote.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Senator Harkin for this bill. And I have to confess I'm a little startled at just how much antipathy there is to this technology. As our atmosphere warms, our water bodies are warming too, and it is wiping out trout fisheries in a lot of our water bodies in New York State because they require cold water to reproduce. And so if there is a technology that can generate energy and also cool the water, that seems like a win-win, and one that we should at least explore, if not actually support, as this bill would do. So different municipalities and lake associations will have to weigh in on these, but to just rule it out altogether seems like a big mistake, and that there is potential for this to really benefit local populations where they have, if they're taking drinking water out right now, they're having to put their intake pipes farther and farther out at the cost of millions of dollars. this might make it easier to get access to drinking water that would be, of the right temperature. So I actually think we should explore this technology, and I applaud Senator Harkin for bringing this bill forward. I vote aye.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Sprawl continues, and that's what this is really all about. That's the thing about these solar companies. They're con artists who are kings of the bait and switch. So I believe that maybe Senator Harkin believes these things will not expand to other bodies of water. They will, because it actually says in there, it says including but not limited to, and they will exploit that. They will exploit that to gobble up the subsidies, the grant money, and everything else. Every time we have a solar project in my district, like I said before, they agree to a certain setback, and then they grieve it and say, no, I can't take it. We've got to be 100 feet from the road, not 500 feet from the road. You don't think they're going to do the same thing with the bodies of water? You don't think they're going to cover an entire lake if they could? You think they actually care whether or not PFAS will go into drinking water? They do not. It's about profit. Profit at the expense of the taxpayers. That's what this has always been about. We've watched solar panels gobble up farmland. Our beautiful landscape across upstate New York is being destroyed by these con artists, and now they want to take the water too. I'll be voting no.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Senator Murray to explain his vote.
And now we've heard back and forth about, do we have these chemicals? Do we have these forever chemicals, PFAS and others in it or not? If there's even a question, then why are we moving forward with this? I've got homes in my district being taken off well water because they found PFAS in the water because of firefighting foam from before where they did training centers. But we're finding it more and more. We've taken steps here to ban products that are manufactured containing PFAS. But now we're considering putting these solar panels, which, again, some say yes, some say no. If there's even a question, I don't think we should move forward with it, because in addition to leaching into the water, now I've got the Yaphank Lakes, upper and lower, I've got Canaan Lake. These are all man-made lakes in my districts that they do fishing, recreation, things like this. If we're going to allow this to leak into there and get into not just drinking water, but the effect on the environment, on wildlife, there's too many question marks here. I'm going to add one thing. In the Yaphank Lakes, a couple of years ago, there was one of the residents did a wonderful exhibit for Christmas. And it was all lit up, and he put it on his own little floating dock, put it out in the water. DEC came and shut him down. Why? Because he ran electric to it. Now, I'm no scientist, but we're putting solar panels out there to generate energy. How are we getting it back? Just a thought. Anyway, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Murray to be recorded in the negative. Senator Lanza to explain his vote.
To explain my vote. So I love to fish. I often go to Sullivan County and do that. And if we're worried about the fish, well, you don't have to worry any longer, because if you put a lid on top of a lake, they're going to die. If you prevent sun from getting into the water, the plants are going to die. The fish are going to die. You're going to end up with a dead and toxic lake. That's what you're going to end up with. And as my colleague just said, electricity and water don't mix. This one is, as I've heard, this is a doozy. I mean, where I recreate in Sullivan County, if you throw a beach ball into a pond, DEC's on you, like, immediately. There's not much you can do. We hear all the time about protecting wetlands. Lakes and ponds are wet. They are the epitome of wetlands. And this bill would allow, and I agree with what I've heard, if you're going to pay people, I understand I've heard, well, it doesn't have to happen. It's not impossible. It's unlikely. If you're going to pay people to do things, the unlikely and the implausible become a guarantee. I mean, it's human nature. I can make a lot of money by putting a deck and sealing off a lake. I'm going to do it. That's the way it works. Well intended. We need to explore various technologies, but to destroy lakes in the process, and that's what this will do. Make no mistake about it. The fish will die. Everything under that canopy, that seal, will die. I vote no.
Senator Lanza to be recorded in the negative. Senator White to explain her vote.
reduce plastics. Now we're going to take plastic and gas and we're going to wrap a solar panel in it, float it on our water. What about the reflection into our atmosphere? I haven't heard any discussion about that, and that's a big issue. So besides reflection and how much heat are these going to be generating? Anytime you float something that's going to be reflective on water, you're generating heat, you're going to be heating the water, you're going to be drying water in times of drought, and this just seems like the most ridiculous idea. I'm a no.
Senator White to be recorded in the negative. Senator Oberacker to explain his vote.
And, you know, in my district, I've got a number of man-made reservoirs. I have the Ashokan, Neversink, Perpectin, and Gilboa, just to name a few to which this potential legislation could impact. You know, a lot of my district is in the Delaware watershed, and it's amazing when I see the restrictions that are put on my farmers for fear of what they will do to the water, and yet here we are talking about putting solar panels on lakes and so on, which is concerning, of course, to me. And, you know, I think about when we had the acid rain and everyone was so concerned about the water quality. I think right here we're actually kind of, excuse the expression, Mr. President, making a deal with the devil. And I don't think this is one of our better ideas to come out of this chamber. And I will be a strong, hard no. Thank you.
Senator Oberacker to be recorded in the negative. Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have in my district Long Beach, and one of the projects that was supposed to have offshore wind would have created high voltage cables that went through our beach underground to reach the, make sure that the energy that was being produced on the water reached a transfer station. And I can't help but think that each one of these lakes is going to have some sort of mini version of that, with cables that are going to go underground, possibly under the lake, to reach some sort of collection station, a battery storage station, somewhere that this energy will be collected. And those high voltage cables have consequences as well. So in addition to the things that I've heard from my colleagues today about what's going to actually be floating potentially in our water, our drinking water, I have a lot of concerns. For those reasons, Mr. President, I'm going to be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Senator Canzoneri Fitzpatrick to be recorded in the negative. Senator Steck to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my vote, you know, I've seen a lot of bills on promoting solar in the last couple of years. We've been sacrificing good farmland. We've sacrificed protected wildlife habitat, forest land, and that's not enough. This bill, we need to start looking at lakes and ponds and reservoirs and recreational areas. The mental gymnastics to fit the square peg in the round pole of the energy policy coming out of a bunch of non-engineers in this building is astounding to me. This is literally one of the wackiest bills that I've seen, and I'll be voting no, and I think everyone should.
Senator Steck to be recorded in the negative. Are there any other senators wishing to explain their vote? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Harkin to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, years ago, one of my mentors said to me, contempt prior to investigation is ignorance. I would invite colleagues to go to the Canoe Brook facility in Short Hills, New Jersey, where the water utility ratepayers are saving money, the homeowners surrounding the district are saving money. I would invite members to go to Cohoes Reservoir, where the city will be saving hundreds of thousands of dollars on their own utility bills. The local utility ratepayers will be saving hundreds of thousands of dollars annually on their utility bills. I think the phrase used was a doozy. Yes, it's a doozy to save money. I don't understand the religion that is now cropped up against people saving money. We're talking about an affordability crisis. There's a technology that is lower in cost to produce energy than the other forms out there, i.e. nuclear and natural gas. And yet, anytime solar rears its ugly head, let's make up a whole host of reasons not to support it. This will lower costs. This prevents the loss of farmland. This is something that is used in other parts of the country. It's now working its way to the Northeast. It's used in Europe and Asia. This is an idea whose time has come. I'm proud to vote aye.
Senator Harkins, to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1456, voted in the negative are Senators Arello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffith, Hellman, Lanza, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill's passed. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, let's move on to calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a motion that I have to do first. On behalf of Senator Baskin, on page 24, I offer the following amendments to calendar 928, Senate Per 9126A, and ask that said bill retain its place on third reading calendar.
The amendments are received and the bill will retain its place on the third reading calendar. Senator Gianaris.
Now let's go to calendar 1478, please.
Senator White, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if the
I'm sorry,
sponsor
Secretary,
would
ring the
yield.
bell. Secretary Reed, I apologize, Senator White.
Calendar 1478, Senate Print 8455B by Senator Fahey, an act to amend the penal law.
Senator White, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if the sponsor would yield for a plethora of questions.
Will the sponsor yield for, she's being honest, a plethora of questions. Senator Fahey, do you yield?
Yes, thank you.
The sponsor yields.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Please excuse my back. I'm sorry. Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor yield for the first question? I'm sorry.
Yes, she's yielded the floor, Senator White.
Got it. This bill prohibits a person from selling or giving a flare gun to a person under the age of 17. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
What is the purpose of a flare gun, and how are they generally used?
Through you, Mr. President, flare guns are generally considered to have only one purpose, and that is for emergency signaling, often used on boats or in maritime use, although even the Coast Guard has now changed to electric flares, not the traditional flare guns that we are addressing here today. That unfortunately, they have gone, although they are intended for one purpose, they have really gone well beyond that, and we have had numerous incidences, particularly here in Albany County, but a number of them around the state with criminal uses of those flare guns, which I'm happy to describe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Would this be limited to merchants selling a flare gun, or could an individual give a minor under the age of 17 a flare gun? Would that person be criminally liable?
It is intended to be the sale and the sale or the transfer. So yes, that person in the instance that you are referring to would be liable.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So it would be illegal for a parent to buy a flare gun for their child under the age of 17 and give it to them.
Through you, Mr. President, as I understand this, if the parent buys a flare gun for use on a boat, which again is often where they are, what they're bought for, and the parent is on the boat with the child, or if the child is out and there is an emergency situation, that would not be considered illegal, because certainly that isn't an emergency. And we have addressed that in the legislation.
Thank you. Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
So flare guns are often used by boaters in open water. We established that. We also have safe boating courses in which a lot of our young teenagers under the age of 17 are out and about on their own legally. And so if they were to use this flare gun, would the parent then be held criminally liable?
You, Mr. President, I want to understand the question. Again, if there's an emergency situation, the parent has, as they're expected to do, has bought a flare gun for use on the vessel, and it's the child that ends up using it. It's under the supervision of the parent. So that would not be illegal, if I'm understanding your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Would you mind terribly reading that part of the bill where it does not hold the parents criminally liable?
Mr. President, can you clarify, is your question about the parent supervising the use? Can you get at the actual question?
Sure.
Of the, you know, what scenario you're envisioning here?
Yes, Senator Weigel, if you don't mind restating the question.
Sure, no problem. So if the individual is under the age of 17 and is out on a boat and is in an emergency and uses that flare gun, where in your bill does it say that the parent is not criminally liable?
Through you, Mr. President, first of all, in that instance, the parent has not given the child. It is something that is being used in an emergency situation. There is not a transfer or a sale. And then I should also add that, you know, somebody under 17 may also be participating. There is an exemption when somebody under 17 has participated in a supervised training program through parks, through recreation, and other matters. So that is also an exception.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Sure.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So in 2020, my 15-year-old took our 21-foot boat out, and if he were to have met up with some kind of dangerous situation, during the day you can't see a flashlight, you're certainly not going to see a parachute flare on the Great South Bay. So a flare gun would have been on our boat. It would have been a safety device. If my son had used a flare gun, in that case, would I have been held criminally liable? Can you read the part of your bill that says that this young man who had his safe boating course and was legally allowed to be out on the boat, and he shot off that flare gun because of an emergency, where I, the parent, would not be held criminally liable?
Mr. President, again, the language reads that it is where a flare gun is sold or offered for sale or given to a person under the age of 17. In this case, again, if I understand the scenario you are referring to, a young person is on a boat and may use that flare gun in an emergency situation, that does not encounter sale or giving the flare gun. It is there as it's legally required to be. And I should add, part of this, again, is to really get at illegal, unintended consequences. There is, as I mentioned earlier, flare guns are designed for one purpose: emergency signaling, which we referred to at the beginning of this. This is about incidences where they are now being used in criminal activities, where we've seen a number of incidences across the state, but we had 13 separate incidences between July 2024 and July 2025. And we have also seen where they have been modified, the flare guns have been modified for discharge with live ammunition. So that is, none of that is what is being described or requested or questioned here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So in that same scenario where I'm sending my 15-year-old son out on a boat, and I know the waterways he's going to be navigating, perhaps through some canals to get out to the Great South Bay, and I know very well no one will be able to see him, so I give him the flare so that he has safety equipment on the boat besides the flashlight and the parachute flare and so on. Am I now criminally liable as the parent?
Again, through you, Mr. President, my understanding of flare guns requirements, they are supposed, as part of maritime laws, they are required to be on the vessel. So you instructing your son that the flare gun is there, just as you would point out that a flashlight is there, or just as you would point out a number of any emergency uses or emergency equipment, it's the same as the life vests. That is not the intent. This is about the sale or the giving of a flare gun for use in another matter. And as we said, certainly participating in a trained program and other matters. We have had, this is really intended to crack down on what we have seen is horrific misuse. I should also add, Albany County, after the number of incidences here in Albany, they had unanimous support to eliminate the use or the sale of these for anyone under age 21 because of what we've seen are misuses. What you are describing is part of any emergency instruction that a parent would give a child when using any type of motorized vehicle.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Sure.
The sponsor yields.
So as I represent the South Shore of Long Island, a pretty significant portion of it, you can see that this is one of those very important topics that really needs clarity for all of the individuals who are in my district. So again, I just haven't gotten a clear answer. So I, as the parent, am giving my son, who is a legal boater, he's 15 years old, he's going out on a 21-foot boat. I know where he's going. I give him a flare gun and I hand it to him. If he should use it in the case of an emergency, or even if he doesn't, I have now given him that flare gun for his safety. Am I, as the parent, being held criminally liable?
Through you, Mr. President, again, I've read the sections of the law here regarding sale and use of these guns. This is intended to really get at what has become a growing problem, but I should also add electric flares are comparably priced, and that is also why we've seen the Coast Guard switch the use from the very pyrotechnic type flare guns. What you are referring to is use in an emergency situation, just as a child may end up driving a car when a parent is incapacitated while driving that car. The child would certainly not be held liable during an emergency situation. And I think that's the same, it would be somewhat comparable here. That is not the intent of this bill, and that is not, certainly was not the intent of Albany County. We have seen a tremendous misuse of these flare guns to the point of where it brought down a couple of buildings and created a rather horrific incident here, as well as in Rome, Utica, and a few other areas in the state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
So then why doesn't this bill specifically just talk to those issues instead of addressing it in such a general, broad manner that it addresses every situation within New York State?
Through you, Mr. President, because the young people that terrorize part of a neighborhood, and a few of the incidences that we have had, those young people in a couple of those instances had not bought the flare gun. They were handed the flare gun, again, with criminal intent. It was not apparent. It was not used in an emergency situation. There was no boat Nearby, there was no water nearby. So it's a very different issue that would need to be addressed here. And it was certainly a very different type of use, or misuse, I should say, of the flare gun. But you do need to have the broader language because of that instance, or those number of incidences.
Thank you. Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
Sponsor yields.
Is there anything in this bill that criminalizes the improper or dangerous use of a flare gun?
Through you, Mr. President, can you repeat that? Is there anything, what?
Is there
I'm sorry?
anything in this bill that criminalizes the improper or dangerous use of a flare gun?
Through you, Mr. President, that is a part of the bill for those who are under the age of 17. It would, the sale or giving of a flare gun would. So yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. Is there anything in this bill that amends the raise the age to expand criminal liability for minors who intentionally or recklessly cause physical injury or property damage with a flare gun?
Through you, Mr. President, no, this does not address raise the age. This is specifically targeting flare guns, and some of this was actually generated through conversations with our local county sheriff, who said according to their office, they have seen a concerning increase of teenagers in the possession of these modified flare guns across New York State, and again with the modified ones where they were able to shoot live rounds, posing a serious threat to public safety. So again, this is a different, very different focus here.
Thank you. Mr. President, on the bill?
Senator White on the bill.
Thank you. I know, I've read the news, last 4th of July, Albany County had a terrible incident, and there have been many incidents where young adults, teenagers were terrorizing neighborhoods and even set fire to a multifamily house using a flare gun. But unfortunately, this bill is so broad that it punishes every single young adult under the age of 17 who may have a need to have or use a flare gun. This is New York State. We have beautiful waterways, we have lakes, we have canals, we have the Catskills, we have the Adirondacks, we have tons of mountains to go camping in. And unfortunately, this basic piece of safety equipment would not be available for those young adults who may be camping or boating and desperately need assistance in an emergency situation. They would not be permitted to use a flare gun. And as I've explained before, there may be other types of flares or emergency guns like a parachute gun, but unfortunately, not all can be seen above trees or in certain areas where it may be very isolated, where a flare gun may be very easy to use and certainly a life-saving piece of equipment. This is just too broad and it punishes everybody. We're using the item, instead of offering consequences to the actions of those individuals who acted in a criminal way, we're now punishing everyone. I understand there's a knee-jerk reaction to try to legislate a solution to a terrible instance, but in this case, it's just too broad and it punishes every New Yorker under the age of 17, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Senator White. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
We've also agreed to restore this to the non-controversial calendar.
On a consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this action to effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Swift Cousins, Zum.
Senator Fahey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do think this is incredibly important common sense legislation. This is not about somebody walking around. Flare guns are required to be on maritime vessels, required to be there. So it's not as if a parent would be handing a child a flare gun when they're on the boat. The flare gun would already be on the boat. Flare guns are designed for one purpose: emergency signaling. And nothing in this legislation precludes that emergency signaling, as we have discussed. Yes, we have seen multiple incidences here in Albany, to the point of 2 historic buildings coming down and 1 business destroyed, but we have also seen instances in incidences in Rome, Utica, and other places. We have seen an uptick in the use of flare guns, particularly by teens. And this is, again, common sense, especially when there are such safe alternatives at a very similar, if not the same price. Electric flares, now adopted by the Coast Guard, are readily available, something you can buy on the internet. They do not have the ability to set a fire and destroy property and more. It is something that needs to be adopted. It is the same price, though we are not making that requirement in this bill, but we are trying to address what has become a frightening new reality. When a device is being used to threaten people, start fires, facilitate criminal activity, we do have an obligation to address it and to try to prevent further destruction and further misuse. And with that, I vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Fahey to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Murray to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I appreciate the sponsor's effort here and intent, as we've heard the word intent over and over again, I think she's overshot her target with this one. But for the record, New York maritime and boating laws do not specifically require a flare gun, but they do require boats 16 feet and longer to carry approved visual distress signals. A flare gun is one way to meet this requirement, but standard handheld flares or electronic distress lights are highly recommended and widely accepted alternatives. So no, it does not require a flare gun. I'll be voting no.
Senator Murray to be recorded in the negative. Senator Rhodes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly understand Senator Fahey's desire to deal with a specific situation. But Long Island, like many communities around the state, is certainly a boating and fishing community. In order to actually have a boater's license, you can be as young as 10 years old to have a boater's license. There is no age restriction on how old you need to be in order to own a boat. So in theory, a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old, a 15-year-old can actually have a boating license and can actually register their own boat. There is no way a flare is a safety device. There is no way for that child to obtain a flare gun under this legislation without a parent actually buying the flare gun and giving it to the child. And if the exception mentioned by the sponsor, that in emergency situations they should be able to utilize it, then the legislation should say that, because it does clearly state that if you give a flare gun to a person under the age of 17 years old, that is a criminal offense. So if that was the intent, the legislation should say that. It doesn't say that. We're restricting kids from having a safety device. While I understand the intent, this did overshoot the mark, and I'll be voting no.
Senator Rhodes to be recorded in the negative. Senator White to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a boater and a boating family, I can tell you that, again, as Senator Murray pointed out and Senator Rhodes pointed out, it is not required to have a flare gun on the boat. We're only required to have flares. And so with that, if I determine as a parent that my child's situation is better used with a flare gun, or if he's going camping, which he's an Eagle Scout, so he went camping quite often, if I had handed him a flare gun, I would have been held criminally liable for giving him a piece of equipment that he could have used in an emergency situation. And I just think this is a badly written bill. I understand the purpose, but I think it misses the purpose entirely.
Senator White to be recorded in the negative. Senator Walczak to explain his vote.
You could continue to ban everything that somebody determines that they want to use in a crime, or you could just prosecute criminals in the state of New York. I think flare guns are both cool and useful in emergency situations, so I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Walczak to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to count of 1478, voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Brisport, Kanzanite, Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jackson, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberack, Romero, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollinson, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Walczak, Weber, and White, ayes 35, nays 25.
Bill's passed. Senator Janaris.
Mr. President, our final debate of the evening, calendar 847, please.
Secretary, ring the bell. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 847, Assembly number 4603A by Assemblymember Weapon, enactment of the correction law.
Senator Steck, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. The sponsor would yield for a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield? Through you, Mr. President, I yield. Sponsor yields.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Senator. DOCS already has a visitation policy in place for both state correctional facilities and local facilities. In fact, I've got them in front of me. They're pretty extensive. Why is this bill necessary if we already have these policies in place?
First of all, DOC doesn't have an official policy. It doesn't have anything that's codified or by statute. It's according to whenever we want to give visitation. And since we had the unlawful work stoppage, the visitation policy has been worse than ever. You have families that are unable to see those that are incarcerated. And I remind this body again, the purpose of incarceration is rehabilitation, and the evidence has demonstrated time and again when there is a direct connection with the family, when the families visit, when the children visit, those that are incarcerated, when they come out, they're less likely to recommit offenses. And so it's important that we have a policy in place that's consistent so that families can have and plan better time to go visit those that are incarcerated.
Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, I do.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear then, so this 20-page directive that I've got in front of me from DOCS on their facilities, and these 3 or 4 pages I've got here regarding visitation for our local correctional facilities, all promulgated by DOCS, they don't carry the force of law, so you want this bill to be the official standard for visitation procedures and policies instead of this directive from DOCS, which is not law. Am I understanding your intent correctly?
Mr. President, that's correct. We want to have a codified system for visitation for those that are incarcerated. We don't have that right now. We have a policy in place that's subject to change whenever DOCS wants to, but under the circumstances, we don't think that that's fair, and I think codification is the best way to manage visitation.
All right, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, I do.
Sponsor yields.
All right, so I'm looking at your bill, and I don't see anything in the bill that really gets into the meat and potatoes of the rules of visitation like these directives do. So I guess, would your bill require DOCS to recreate a policy, and what would stop them from just saying that their directive is the new policy? Because your legislation doesn't get into a lot of specifics.
But DOCS can have the policy. They can still have their policy, and that's not going to stop them, but it has to comply with the codification that we have here.
All right, Mr. President, the sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, I do.
Sponsor yields.
All right, so your bill requires that state and local correctional facilities establish visiting policies that give opportunities for, quote, in-person contact. What constitutes in-person contact?
Mr. President, I think in-person contact is pretty self-explanatory when either the children or the family members of the person that's incarcerated, that they get to see their family physically near them rather than through virtual. We know that virtual is an option. We're glad that it is an option, but it's not the best option. And what we want to do is we want to bring the best option, the best policy for DOCS.
Mr. President, the sponsor continue to
Will
yield.
the sponsor yield?
All right. Thank you. So not to belabor it, but
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Senator Small, do you yield? Sponsor
you,
yields.
Mr.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senator Steck.
he motioned, but I got you. Not to belabor the, this is all spelled out in these existing directives, but it's not spelled out in your bill. That in contact, in person, not in person, it's spelled out in existing policy, but it's not spelled out in your bill. So would your bill require that physical contact be allowed during all visits? Yes, through you, Mr. President, would your bill require that physical contact be allowed during all visits? Physical contact.
Through you, Mr. President, no, it does not.
All right. Mr. President, the sponsor continue.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
Sponsor yields.
All right, so current policy under the emergency regs, the current policy at docks denies contact visits if a visitor refuses a body scan. Would this bill change that?
No. Through you, Mr. President, no.
All right, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue.
Will the sponsor yield? Sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, I do.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, does your bill outline any circumstances where personal contact can be denied in your bill?
Mr. President, does not.
Sponsor continue, please.
Will the
Mr.
sponsor
President.
yield?
Through you, Mr. President, I do.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, does your bill outline any procedures for allowing a person personal contact in a manner that can limit the introduction of contraband?
Through you, Mr. President, what my bill does is it requires docks to establish policies. It's not taking away their ability to create policies with some parameters, but docks can still create their policies.
Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield for maybe one more question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
Sponsor yields.
Are you aware that the New York State Sheriff's Association opposes the bill because it fails to define personal contact?
No, I'm not aware of the Sheriff's Association's contention, but it doesn't have to. We don't have to establish the policy. They can do it themselves. It's just have to have codification of these policies.
Mr. President, the sponsor would yield for just one more question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, while contraband continues to enter our prisons and put inmates and staff at risk, is it wise to expand our visitation policy in a way that would make it more difficult to keep dangerous contraband out of our prisons?
Mr. President, I remind my colleague that during COVID, visitation was completely paralyzed, and yet you still had a lot of contraband that came in, so I don't think this is going to impact the amount of contraband that comes into the facilities.
Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Steck on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. I've got the DOC's policies, and they're extensive on requiring and appeals processes and who can and can't limit visitation. And I've been in the prisons. They have visitation policies already. This bill is lacking, which is why the Sheriff's Association is opposed to it, because it's very vague in what it says it wants to do. And my concerns for contraband remain, and they remain unaddressed. We're in the last week of session. We haven't passed a single bill that does anything to address any of the safety concerns that have been raised in the last 15, 16 months since the end of the corrections strike. All you have to do is open a newspaper. There are weekly stories about unknown chemical exposures, sending staff and inmates alike to the emergency room, overrunning the local rescue squads, burdening a lot of small rural upstate hospitals needlessly. There's all kinds of technology that the taxpayer has bought and paid for and has been installed in all these prisons. Every state facility has a body scanner, and until the emergency declaration was made, it was at the option of visitors. Now today, under current memos, it's not at their option. If they refuse, then they can still have a visit, just not a contact visit. What is the concern over contact visit? Because the bag of peanuts that they're sharing in the contact visit isn't always peanuts. The taxpayer has bought for tablets and put them in the prisons. We have Wi-Fi in the prisons. They have law libraries, they have photocopiers, and they have printers. And yet, we still get legal mail going in there with God knows what it's soaked in that are sending inmates and staff alike on a weekly basis. Open a newspaper, you're going to find these examples, and it's been going on more in the last year. We have done 0 bills to address contraband, and this bill, as loosely worded as it is, further blurs that line and makes it more, not less likely for contraband problems to continue in our prisons. I really, there's no need for it. We already have policies. The sponsor suggests that there are no policies. I've got them in front of me. There's policies that govern the rules on visitation. People are visiting loved ones in prison. They are having contact visits in prison. I'd like docs to be in charge of what happens there so that we start to reduce the amount of contraband in prison, so that we reduce the amount of our employees and my constituents that continue to go to the emergency room because DOCS is out of control. I'll be voting no.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we have agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
Upon consent, the bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this action to effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, so Cousins.
Senator Helming to explain her vote.
Mr. President, 15 months ago, state corrections officers protested the unsafe working conditions and staffing shortages inside our prisons. Those concerns have yet to be adequately addressed. We have more than 4,000 vacancies, contraband continues to enter the prison, and we have continued violence. Just last week, video footage was released showing an inmate brutally attacking and beating a volunteer GED instructor. And instead of taking meaningful steps to improve safety or address the workforce shortages, what we had before us is a bill requiring state facilities and our county jails to expand visitation hours, including evenings and weekends. I found it interesting that the sponsor's memo states there are no fiscal implications. I don't see how that's possible when counties are going to be required to provide additional staffing and resources. And since there's no funding attached to this bill, these costs will most likely be passed on to taxpayers in the form of another unfunded mandates. Mr. President, family connections visitation is extremely important. But before creating these new mandates, we should be focused on improving safety within our facilities, addressing workforce shortages, and supporting the men and women who work in our correctional facilities and our jails every day. For these reasons, I will be voting no.
Senator Helming to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to counter 847, voting in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Chan, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Obarack, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollinson, Ryan, Steck, Tedisco, Walzett, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, ayes 21.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of the controversial calendar.
Mr. President, returning to motions and resolutions, I offer amendments to the following third reading calendar bills. Calendar number 202 by Senator Gianaris, calendar number 1086 by Senator Skoufis, calendar number 854 by Senator Gonzalez, and calendar 1510 by Senator Kavanaugh.
The amendments are received and those bills retain their place in our third reading calendar. Senator Gianaris.
The sponsors of all of today's resolutions would like to open those resolutions for co-sponsorship.
The resolutions are open for co-sponsorship. Should you choose not to be a co-sponsor, please notify the desk. Senator Gianaris.
Is there any further business at the desk?
There is no further business at the desk.
I move to adjourn until tomorrow, Tuesday, June 2nd at 12 noon.
On motion, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 2nd at 12 noon.